from WCCO, this is live election coverage as America decides.
Good evening. Thanks for joining us on this historic election night in America. We've heard from the candidates for months now, and the voters are getting their say.
Millions of people have already cast their ballot, tens of millions, and there's still time to get out there and vote. We have seen long lines at many polling locations across Minnesota and western Wisconsin. Polls are open until 8 o'clock, and as long as you're in line by 8, you're allowed to stay in line and cast your ballot.
Tonight marks the conclusion to one of the nation's most historic presidential races. Voters will decide whether to send Donald Trump back to the White House or elevate Kamala Harris to the Oval Office. We could also see our own governor, Tim Walz, rise to vice president.
At the top of the hour, polls closed in 6 states, including the battleground state of Georgia. So we'll let you know as soon as those results start coming in. A reminder that it takes 270 electoral college votes to win the White House. Our team has you covered tonight from southern Minnesota to the Twin Cities and western Wisconsin. We are also live with both presidential campaigns in Washington, D.C. and Florida, but we want to begin in our nation's capital. That's where Caroline Cummings is live for us.
Well, good evening to you both. So I'm at Howard University, kind of at the center of campus. People are just starting to file in behind me. You can see the stage is set for Vice President Kamala Harris and Governor Tim Walz to make their debut to their supporters and their campaign staff here at Howard University, of course, where Harris went to school. It's her alma mater, and it's at HBCU. That is just 2 miles from the White House. That, of course, those two hope that they will get there when this is all over. Now, there is some kind of significance here, too, with it being a college campus. Not only did Harris go here, but college voters, young voters, are a key voting bloc for Democrats. And the campaign says that they're feeling good about the turnout that they are seeing in key states. So Pennsylvania, for example, the Keystone state that might be the key to this election. There has been polling lines for some polling places at places like Lehigh University, a school there, that have been quite long, 7 hours long, the campaign has told me. So they are feeling good about that, and there's a lot of college kids here, of course, who are really excited about Harris and Walz being here. And for Walz, the campaign hasn't stopped for him today. I'm told that he has been calling into radio stations in battleground states, trying to make that last pitch to voters before those polls close here. You know, some, like you said, some states, their polls have already closed. Others, it is nearing that time. So we will be here as we wait for the vice president and Governor Tim Walz as they may begin to learn whether Americans have sent them to the White House, and for Walz, whether he will be the 3rd vice president to come from Minnesota. Jeff and Aaron.
Yeah, a big night for that reason for Minnesota. We appreciate the live report. Thanks so much, Caroline. Well, control of the Minnesota legislature is up for grabs this election.
Democrats currently have the trifecta, controlling the governor's office, the Senate, and the House. They only hold a razor-thin 1-seat majority in the Senate. Democrats are hoping to also hold control of the Minnesota House. All 134 seats are up for re-election. Republicans will need to flip 4 seats to take control.
Jonah Kaplan is live at the Minnesota DFL watch party for us in St. Paul.
Aaron and Jeff, you really can't undersell the significance of that trifecta, as you mentioned. It was the first time in 30 years that the Democrats had control, both chambers of that legislature, plus the governorship. You could talk to Democrats here, and you certainly could talk to Republicans who will say elections have consequences. You look at that laundry list of agenda items that the Democratic-led Assembly was able to pass through. All kinds of things, whether it was sick leave, whether it was marijuana, whether it was all kinds of family leave as well. All the legislative priorities they were able to get through. Governor Tim Walz will not be here tonight. He's at Howard University, but we will have other prominent Minnesota lawmakers, starting with Senator Amy Klobuchar, the senior senator, and of course she's the first woman to serve as senator in Minnesota. She's seeking her 4th 6-year term, first elected in 2006. Also expected here tonight, Congresswoman Ilhan Omar on the ballot for a 4th time as well. We caught up just a little while ago with Party Chair Ken Martin, who said Democrats in Minnesota really wanted to lean into more positive messaging on the campaign, and they're confident it's going to pay off.
we've actually pivoted quite a bit of our messaging this year was, who we are, what we're trying to do, and what we're trying to accomplish in people's lives. And so I think hopefully that's a good lesson for other people to learn too in politics, so we can get that corrosive toxicity out of politics and get back to a debate on the issues.
And it's been not since the 1970s since Minnesota has gone red, voting for Republican in the presidential race. So a lot of confidence here going into tonight, but also cautious optimism. And coming up later, we're going to check in about that one singular Minnesota Senate race that will determine the balance of power in that chamber. And again, could it lead to gridlock in St. Paul, compromise, or the Democrats again going to have their way? Aaron and Jeff.
Jonah, thank you so much. Now, as the polls close on the East Coast, we'll begin getting early projected winners.
In the last few minutes, actually, we have some results for you. CBS News has projected Kamala Harris has won in Vermont. And we know Vermont has 3 electoral college delegates. And we also can tell you that Donald Trump is the projected winner of Kentucky. That is a first big win for the Republican Party. Again, Kamala Harris winning in Vermont. And the former president, Donald Trump, CBS News projects that he wins the state of Kentucky. So some early results here. We know that polls just closed in about 6 states across the country. So we're going to start to get some of those results. And
they might not all come that fast, but they will be happening over the next couple of hours. Let's go to Derek James. He's live at the Minnesota GOP headquarters in Bloomington. I wonder if voters, people there even know that Kentucky is already being called for former President Trump.
They probably don't, Jeff, only because they're still putting some of the screens up here because the party here doesn't start officially for another hour, so there's still some last-minute prep going on. My colleague Jonah, who was with the DFL party, mentioned the presidential race and the fact that a Republican candidate has not won this state since 1972, but it got very close in 2016. I believe the margin was 1.5 points, and there's some hope within the Republican Party that tonight could be more like 2016 than 2020. I want to bring in David Hand. He's the GOP chair. Let's talk about that top of the ticket race. Do you feel like the pundits and some of the polls may have gotten that wrong?
Well, I think we've seen in recent years the polls are very rarely get it completely right, and even when 2016, I think they had Trump much further down than what it turned out to be. So right now, the most recent polls I've seen show about a 2%, well within the margin of error. We think that Trump will outperform the polls, and as I said many times, I'm not going to be surprised when he carries Minnesota.
So that's a big statement. That will obviously, if that happens, any really good performance will affect those down ballot races. So let's talk about some of the races that you're watching closely, like CD2.
Well, CD2, of course, is the most heavily contested congressional district race that we have, and we've got a great candidate, Joe Tayrab. We think he's got a great chance to take that seat for Republicans. Right now, there's 4 Republican seats and 4 Democrat seats. Very, very evenly divided state. We're very evenly divided politically, but we think Joe Tayrab's got a great chance to win CD2, and we're going to be watching that closely. We're also watching closely the 3rd congressional race, where Tad Jude, great campaigner, is campaigning against a first-time candidate for Congress and not an incumbent. So we're looking at that one, too.
One thing that we'll be talking about over the course of the night and probably the days ahead is the Minnesota House of Representatives. Only need to flip 4 seats. How are you feeling about that with a number of options?
Well, we're feeling good at this point. Of course, we have to wait till the polls close. Still got a couple hours on that, but I've been talking to our campaign, working with those seats across the state. They feel that things are moving our direction. Lots of enthusiasm. We've seen a lot of activity among independent voters coming our way. I think there's just a lot of concern about the excesses that the Democrats moved in Minnesota in the last couple of years, and people are wanting to see a change, and we think that's going to happen tonight. We'll see. We think we're going to see a Republican victory in the House.
What have you done for ground game at the ground level to try to get as many Republicans out as possible? I know you were happy with what you saw in the GOP early voter turn.
Well, we've been working at this for the last couple of years, really. We saw in the 2022 election that we had a lot of voters that we thought were Republican voters that, for whatever reason, just did not show up at the polls. So we wanted to do more to try to connect with those voters early on, which we have been doing in the last 18 months, try to find out what it's going to take to get them to get into the polls. We put a big emphasis on early voting, which traditionally Republicans have not done as much as Democrats, but this year there's been a huge focus on that, and we're very encouraged by the number of early voters voters we've seen. Typically on Election Day, Republicans turn out in great numbers, so we think those things combined are going to help us win.
Right. David, thank you. We, of course, will be talking to some of those voters as we get further on into the evening and folks come into the main ballroom here. And, of course, we'll also talk to some of those politicians that will also be here and possibly taking to that podium later tonight. Jeff and Aaron?
All right. Thank you, Derek. A lot happening in just a few minutes since we first saw from Derek. In just the last few moments, CBS has projected another win for Donald Trump, the state of Indiana. That's in addition to Kentucky, which they called at the top of the hour, and that's how you're getting those numbers in the bottom corner of your screen. 19 electoral votes for Trump to 3 for Kamala Harris, 3 coming from Vermont.
Yes, and we have a team of political analysts that are joining us tonight. They're over with our Esme Murphy live in the newsroom. So tell us their reaction, their thoughts, Esme, to some of the early results streaming in here.
Well, Aaron and Jeff, I'm here with Abu Amara and Amy Koch, Democratic, Republican analysts. They have been with me throughout this election and with you as well, sharing our thoughts. Two things that strike me right away is just how little has changed. It's extraordinary to me how the polls are basically the same as they have been for months. We're not seeing any movement. And also that even in the last days, we're getting conflicting information. Oh, the undecideds are breaking for Kamala. The undecideds are breaking for Trump. It's really a toss-up, and it's really up to the American people right now, which is what this is all about. Amy, your thoughts?
So a couple thoughts. What should have been a sleepy election for Minnesota, just the state house up, is now the state house up, the Senate, Minnesota Senate up, and the governor has the potential to be the vice president. So what should have been sleepy has become very exciting. And second, you know, so many people come to me and think that Minnesota is a blue state, but look at these numbers. The Minnesota Senate's divided by 1 vote. The Minnesota House is 4 votes. Congressional delegations 4 and 4. We are actually very swingy state, and the latest poll has got Donald Trump down by just 2. And so those
here
are
in Minnesota, there is a new poll out today that shows Donald Trump down by 2 in Minnesota. That would be unbelievable.
Unbelievable,
Abu, if that came to pass, if Donald Trump could get the state.
Look, 2 percentage points would still mean a win for Kamala Harris.
Yes.
So I think we need to pause a little bit. I think I'm looking at 2 things.
Calling that 2 points.
I'm looking at 2 things, honestly. So the first is whether abortion is going to be that driving issue. Remember, this is the first presidential election since the Dobbs decision. And so this is going to be a stress test for the Democratic Party. Can we galvanize women across the country in North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan? If so, this could actually be an electoral college blowout night.
All right. Well, we saw in 2022, it was the key issue. It's not clear if it's going to be right now. And what's so interesting about the polling is that Donald Trump seems to be able to deflect so many things, including people who are upset with him about his appointments to the U.S. Supreme Court. Is he the Teflon ex-president?
Well, we're going to find out. Honestly, if he wins tonight or in the next couple days, but if he wins this election, you know, I think it's going to be a shocker for everyone. I will be stunned if you'd have told me 3 years ago that this would have been the situation, neck and neck like this. And so, yeah, you know, you got to say he's a little Teflon if he pulls it out tonight.
All right, Abu?
Look, there's no question I think it's survived things that most politicians wouldn't have survived. Democrats can't focus on that. We've got to focus on the organization, spending the money it takes to win this election. I think Kamala Harris has built the most robust voter activation program in history. Hopefully, we'll see what it does tonight.
All right, well, thank you guys. And Aaron and Jeff, I can tell you that we are also looking at the turnout. The turnout's been so amazing. The early vote here in Minnesota, 1/3 of the vote basically is already in. What we want to hear is what is it like out there in the polls, and what we're hearing from around the state is that there are long lines even at this hour.
Yeah, it's pretty busy. I know I experienced it myself, and there's people getting done with work. They got to get to the polls still.
Yeah, we'll be checking in with reporters at polling places throughout this show. Thank you so much, Esme. We want to bring in political reporter Pat Kessler now. Back at it, Pat.
Glad to be here.
Thanks for being here. So tell us, I'm curious what you'll be looking at tonight. Which races have really piqued your interest?
Well, in Minnesota, I think some of this is a foregone conclusion. The polls have not closed yet, but I think it's leaning Democratic here. So I don't want to say foregone, but this is something that I think we're going to be looking at for the next couple of hours. But let's start on the East Coast, and we're going to make our way to the Midwest and then to the West Coast. So it's going to be many, many, many hours before we know who wins this presidential race. This has been an extraordinary year. It has been tumultuous. It's historic. This is going to be something that we're writing about for many, many years. We're going to start on the East Coast. We're going to go to the West Coast, but there's only a handful of states including our neighbors, Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania. That is where all the action is going to be tonight. Are we going to find out tonight? That's going to be one of the big questions, and that's what we're going to be looking at also. Just because we don't know the winner of the election at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, midnight tonight does not mean there's anything wrong, does not mean there's any fraud. What it means is they're counting the votes, and they're going to keep counting the votes until we know. In Wisconsin and in Pennsylvania, this might not just take hours, it could take days in order to figure out who won. And that's what we're going to be looking at tonight. We're going to get some of these early results. They're going to come very quickly, and then it's going to slow down, and we're all going to sit down, have a cup of coffee, and just kind of watch it come in.
Yeah, we've learned a little bit this week. I mean, refresh people about how Wisconsin does things, for instance, and why it takes longer. They can't even open things like absentee ballots until, I believe it was 7 this morning. They could finally start opening envelopes, things that came in the mail, stuff like that.
And think about that. When you have all these envelopes coming in, hundreds of thousands, and there are many, many people voting by mail now, you've got to open up the envelope, take out another envelope, open that envelope up, take out the ballot, compare the signatures. That takes time. And if you've got 1 million of those, think about it. If you have 1 million of those, that is going to take a heck of a long time.
Yeah, I know, in Minnesota alone, well over 1 million in our state.
Absolutely.
And that's just one of the 50.
So people are interested, aren't they?
Yeah. We're going to head to David Schuman, speaking of Wisconsin, right? It's going to be so pivotal, Pat. And we are going to check in with David in a moment here. We know that it is one of several battleground states that the nation is watching closely. So, of course, we have coverage there.
Yeah, former President Donald Trump won the state in 2016 by nearly 23,000 votes. In 2020, President Biden flipped the state, winning by an even smaller margin. And recent polls showed that the state is a toss-up. And that's why we sent our David Schuman out to River Falls, Wisconsin, to talk with voters. What have you learned today, David?
Jeff, I've been talking to Wisconsin voters here who know that the race is going to be close, and they appreciate that they live in one of these battleground states because they know that what they're doing inside here behind me, voting, really will make a difference. I mean, you look at the last time we did this, right? 2020. Joe Biden won Wisconsin by about 20,000 votes out of over 3 million total, a very slim margin. The Senate race here is also expected to be very close. Tammy Baldwin, the Democratic incumbent, has represented Wisconsin in Congress for more than 20 years, but she's facing a stiff challenge from Republican Eric Hovde. These tight contests are really boosting turnout. The coolest thing was we met a man who didn't vote at all in 2020, but made sure to come here tonight to cast his ballot.
It's really important for me to come out and vote. You know, I mean, it's my right to vote as an American citizen, and, you know, I have to participate this time.
That's awesome. You know, do you feel good?
You know, I feel good. I mean, whatever the result is, you know, I won't be surprised. You know, it's 50-50. So, you know, that's why voting is important, and I have a say in it now.
So the polls in Wisconsin close at 8 o'clock, but we always have to remind you that as long as you're in line by then, you will be good to go. Your vote will be cast. So there's plenty of time still left to go, and then we'll start watching those results come in.
Thank you for us, David Schuman in Wisconsin. Now, some voters we talked to say neither of the major party candidates support their views.
They are encouraging people to look at third-party candidates. So we have our Uba Ali joining us live in Minneapolis. She's kind of tapping into people who still may have been undecided this morning. Hi, Uba.
Yeah, that's right, Jeff and Aaron. We're in Minneapolis, and things here are pretty quiet, but this is where the Justice and Equity Coalition will be hosting their election watch party after months of telling and encouraging supporters to vote third party. Organizers believe that's their way of holding the Democratic Party accountable after months of pressuring the Biden administration and then several months of pressuring the Harrison-Walz ticket to support a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. They say they've received nothing but lip service and no action has come of it. We've seen several organizations pushing that message, from student groups on college campuses to the uncommitted Democratic delegates here in Minnesota, 11 of them that went to the DNC, including Sam Doughton, who says there's still a divide among uncommitted delegates who say they sincerely don't believe their values are being appreciated.
Ultimately, by not responding to the demands that we had put out The Harris campaign and the DNC made it impossible for the leadership of the uncommitted movement to affirmatively endorse the ticket.
Now, the coalition here plans to gather and watch as those election results start to trickle in and see how this movement has impacted the voter turnout here in Minnesota and nationally, and see what that does to the Democratic top ticket. Aaron and Jeff.
Okay, thanks so much. Our Uba Ali reporting live for us. And today we've been following polling sites across the state, including south of the Twin Cities.
And that's where John Lauritsen has been, and he's made his way through small towns all along Highway 169. Joining us now from St. Peter. How's the turnout down south, John?
It's pretty good, Jeff. You know, we're just outside the National Guard Armory here in St. Peter, where people have been turning out all afternoon in the rain to vote here. This is actually Precinct 1 in St. Peter, and much like what we saw in Jordan, another town we stopped by this afternoon, the St. Peter Armory has been a very busy stop for voters. We arrived here close to 3 o'clock this afternoon. Just like in Jordan, we found no shortage of folks to talk to. There were a variety of issues that had people passionate about voting today.
I'd just say just the cost of everything in general. That's why I'm out. Gas, groceries, everything seems to be really high.
I guess my biggest is just equality for all. Make sure all voices are heard and taken care of.
I believe that people should have the right to choose if they need to have an abortion and not be told they can't have one.
The abortion issue is huge for me. I think that there's a lot of discrepancy of what the women's right have for their own bodies.
It's the first time I can vote. Feels pretty good, you know, to be able to, be a part of something.
Yeah, and that's key because we actually heard from a couple first-time voters today who weren't even 18 years old. They just never voted before, guys. So obviously a feeling around rural Minnesota that if you haven't voted for, before, this is your chance to go out to the polls in this very important election.
All right. Thank you, John Lauritsen, for us in St. Peter. I was at my polling place, and whenever a new voter was coming through, the election judges would actually cheer, "We have a new voter," and try to get everybody excited. So it's nice to do your civic duty on this day.
Yeah, people get excited, right? Proud to be Americans on a day where we can all go to the polls and vote. Should we show people? We have the Electoral College map up, that path to 270 to select the next president. Kamala Harris so far with 3 electoral votes. Donald Trump, the former president, at 19. We'll be back here on WCCO and CBS News Minnesota.
This is live election coverage as America decides.
It's Election Day, and if you haven't cast a ballot yet, time is dwindling. Polls are set to close at 8 p.m. The Secretary of State anticipates a potential record-setting turnout.
WCCO's Reg Chapman is in Minneapolis, where many voters are taking advantage of the final hours to cast their ballot. Reg, how's it going out there?
Well, Aaron, we at the Phyllis Wheatley Community Center here in North Minneapolis, where we've seen a steady flow of people coming in, many coming in after the work hours to make sure to cast their votes. Now, we did speak with a lot of people who told us they had their own reasons for coming out to the polls today. We spoke to people who have felonies and are now allowed to cast their votes. They said they came out because they wanted to be a part of the democratic process. Others say issues like crime, issues like the economy, as well as the access to the American dream are what drove them to the polls. Now, earlier today, we went to Wilson's Image, a barber shop in North Minneapolis. Owner Tito Wilson is keeping a close eye on election results. Now, he says he spoke to many of his clients who came in today. He says it was a mixed bag. Some say they had voter fatigue. Others felt empowered to go to the polls.
It kind of runs the gamut. You know, there's guys and girls, you know, most of the guys that come in here and say, oh, no, we're not voting. You know, neither party has done anything for me or my family or whatever. And so, you know, there's a number of them that just say they're not going to vote. Then there's others that say they will vote.
Now, Wilson says there's a lot of excitement here in North Minneapolis. He says he and his barbers made sure they went out to vote, and they all did not vote for the same candidates. He says he has been encouraging people to go out and vote their values. And Wilson says he, along with a lot of our other viewers, will be watching our coverage, guys, to see how all this shakes out tonight.
All right, well, we appreciate the live report, Reg Chapman in Minneapolis for us. Thank you so much. We want to get to the latest on some of the biggest local races.
A new Republican candidate trying to unseat Ilhan Omar in Minnesota's 5th congressional district. Dalia Al-Akidi is also a Muslim refugee. Omar is running for a 4th term in Washington.
In the 6th district, Republican Tom Emmer is facing a challenge from Democrat Jeannie Hendricks. Emmer's held that seat since 2014.
Now, the most competitive congressional race in Minnesota is in the 2nd congressional district. Democrat Angie Craig is seeking her 4th term against Republican Joe Tayrab. Trump has endorsed Tayrab.
And Senator Amy Klobuchar is looking for her 4th term in the U.S. Senate. She's up against Republican Royce White. White, a 33-year-old Minneapolis native who briefly played in the NBA.
We'll be live on CBS News Minnesota from now until 10 p.m. Then our team coverage continues right here on WCCO News at 10.
WCCO. This is live election coverage as America decides.
Welcome back to our special election night coverage on CBS News Minnesota.
Polls are still open in Minnesota and western Wisconsin for another 90 minutes. Polls are now closed in 9 states, including battleground North Carolina, Georgia, and so many more. Latest results, CBS News is now projecting West Virginia will go to Donald Trump.
And so that map is filling in there. We're going to bring in political reporter Pat Kessler now to talk through this. So this is the road to 270, Pat, and we're getting these early results streaming in.
Yeah, West Virginia is an interesting state because there's also a U.S. Senate race in West Virginia that is expected to flip. Joe Manchin, the Democratic conservative U.S. Senator for many years there, has held on to that seat for Democrats, but he's giving up that seat, and now it looks like that could go Republican. And that is one of 3 Senate seats that they're really looking at flipping, the Republicans, to take control of the entire United States Senate. The other ones could be in Wisconsin with Eric Hovde. That could flip that with Tammy Baldwin. And also in Montana with John Tester. If these seats flip, then the Democrats who now control the Senate will no longer control it, and it will be a Republican Senate. And if Donald Trump is elected, that will mean something completely different than if Kamala Harris is elected.
Sure. We've seen 4 states so far get called by CBS News, 3 for Trump, 1 for Harris, that just being Vermont for her. But this seems to be in line with what you would expect so far to have Indiana, Kentucky, and West Virginia go Republican. Yeah, these are what we call ruby red states. So yes, absolutely, this is something we absolutely expected. But now you got to look at some of the states on the East Coast like North Carolina and Georgia and Florida. We also expect to go red, but it's interesting to see how those votes are going to shake out. We want to look at North Carolina because Kamala Harris is absolutely making a run at that, and Donald Trump has won that twice. So we'll see which direction that goes, and that's the ones that are kind of the purpley states, the swingy states that could determine the election. And this is early again, as we say. It's going to be moving west over the next several hours, and then we will see perhaps some surprises in those swing states that are going to control everything that we see tonight. Yeah, we've got our own neighboring battleground state, too. The battleground state of Wisconsin, which is too close to call. I have never seen a race this close in Wisconsin. I think it's just tiny percentages, little upticks here and there, and that looks like that one is going to go very, very late. All right. Pat, thank you so much. We're going to check back in with Reg Chapman now, because we are seeing some lines, some long lines in some cases at polling places across the state. Yeah, Reg Chapman has been talking to voters around the metro today. He's in Minneapolis talking with barbers. Any updates for us here, Reg?
Of people coming in to cast their votes. Actually, since people have been getting off work, they have been coming in here like mad, just keeping these poll workers very busy. Like you said earlier, we have spent some time on both sides of the river talking to people about the issues that drove them to the polls. Now, here in North Minneapolis, we spoke with barber Tito Wilson, who says many of his clients told him they did not vote today. They said that neither party has done anything for them or their families, and they were just tired of the entire process and were not going to vote. But others, he says, that he talked to said that they could not wait for the polls to open to exercise their right to vote. They say issues like crime, the economy, and access to the American dream is what drove them to the polls. Now, in the Rondo neighborhood in St. Paul, we did go into the Truth Center and spoke with some folks about what inspired them to vote. Now, many of the young people who come in here and use the center as a mediation type of thing to make sure that there's no gang and fighting half felonies. And a lot of these folks say that they came out to make sure they are part of the American process. All say they were compelled to vote. Now, some say they wanted to be a part of the process, and others say they wanted to be a part of the democratic process.
Finally, they have a chance to let their voice be heard and, you know, not be ruled out because of a mistake that they made and, you know, be treated like they wasn't, you know, part of this country because they made a mistake, you know, and you know, they just felt like they're finally happy to have that ability to.
We wanted to have better opportunities for the Latino community. That's the main concern.
What we did see on both sides of the river is people encouraging others to vote, especially younger voters. We saw lines outside of Jimmy Lee Community Center there in the Rondo community, as well as right here at the Phyllis Wheatley Community Center in North Minneapolis. We are seeing people waiting, taking their turns, and make sure their voices are heard as they cast their ballots in this election. Jeff and Aaron.
Reg, thank you. Those voters have, of course, until 8 p.m. Now, we want to know what's on the mind of voters as they go to the polls today. That's why we have reporters all across the metro. And how does that impact how they're casting their ballot?
Jennifer Mayerly is live in Eagan, checking in on things there. How's it looking, Jen?
Well, pretty good out here. And, you know, this dreary weather is not keeping people away. We've seen a steady stream of people coming and going all afternoon long. And we really appreciated that they stopped to talk to us, to let us know what's on their mind, especially when the rain was really coming down earlier today. And it's no surprise that there is a lot that they are thinking about. The issues are personal, from the economy to women's rights, foreign policy, and how their vote today will affect their family now and in the future. Voters told us they came to cast their ballot so they make their voice heard, and while doing so, emotions, well, they were creeping in too.
The anxiety is up. It's up. So everybody's kind of nervous. Everybody's just like, what's going to happen? From the last election, previous election, I think this one we have a lot at stake.
Hopefully we can get over with and people can get along. Whoever wins, I hope the other person accepts it and the country moves forward.
Just thinking about my daughter and the future that she would want and that I want for her. Thinking about, you know, what we've gone through the last 4 years and previous 4 years before that, and then comparing them both.
I just think about like who could handle potential conflicts better, whether that's a foreign conflict or a domestic conflict.
And of course, you use our critical thinking to vote. You know, this is our right and privilege to vote what is, you know, for our country.
So a range of thoughts and emotions and issues that people are thinking about today. Now, we talked with the volunteers inside who said that steady stream of voters has really added up. There were some people who cast their ballot early, but 95% of people who could vote at this polling place or vote early have. So you know that a lot of people here in Eagan, at least at this spot, want their voices to be heard. It was interesting to hear already 95% of people who can vote at this location have. Aaron.
All right, Jennifer Mayerly live for us. Thank you so much. And that checks out, Jeff, because we've seen here locally in the Twin Cities long lines for early voting. I mean, we've been seeing that in the past few days, so not surprised to hear that from Jen.
Now, the 2nd Congressional District is one of the most competitive races in Minnesota tonight.
Kirsten Mitchell joins us live in Lakeville, where the 2nd Congressional District Republican candidate Joe Tarab will be hosting a watch party tonight. Hi, Kirsten.
Hi, good evening. They're still setting up. The doors open at 7 p.m. But we were out today talking to voters, and similar to what Jennifer just reported, we are hearing a lot of enthusiasm, but also some stress, too. A lot of folks saying they can't wait for the election to be over, so obviously emotions are high. But we did spend some time at a precinct in Burnsville talking to voters this afternoon. And while the issues that they were important to them did vary person to person, we did hear some commonalities. Quite a few said abortion and the economy. Now, Burnsville is part of the 2nd Congressional District, an area that is considered highly competitive. It's a suburban district that is split evenly between Democrats and Republicans. We heard from voters on both sides of the political spectrum, including an 18-year-old voting for the very first time.
I put in my vote.
And he's 18 today, so it's official.
Yep.
How does it feel to celebrate your birthday voting for the first time?
Feels like a lot of responsibilities.
For me, it's just making sure me and my family can afford everything, can live the way that we would like to.
I think a really big thing for me right now is women's health care and abortion rights and access.
And I think some of the issues are really important for people our age, and they want to get out there and make a difference.
Yeah, and at that particular precinct in Burnsville, there were a continuous stream of people. Turnout seemed pretty strong, and one election worker I spoke to says he has been doing this for several years now, and this was by far the largest crowds he's ever seen.
Okay, Kirsten Mitchell, great report. Thank you so much. Now we're going to take a quick break, but we do have reporters across the Twin Cities. We have Pat Kessler back with us, Esme Murphy and her team of analysts over on the other WCCO studio, and so we'll be with you throughout the evening here. to our election coverage streaming on CBS News Minnesota. Well, we know young voters were a huge focus for both of the presidential campaigns.
Hundreds of students voted early at a pop-up polling location at the University of Minnesota. Many more, of course, voting today. Adam Duxter has been talking with young voters on campus. And Adam, what are the issues driving them to vote today?
Yeah, Jeff, in many ways, this is the Gen Z election. 41 million Gen Z Americans eligible to vote this go-around. Obviously, that is the most ever. And tens of thousands of them, we're told, close to 50,000 here on the University of Minnesota's campus. Now, Minnesota's youth voter turnout is always typically strong, but we talk with students who organized a Row the Vote campaign over the last several months, all targeted to get their classmates out to vote. They visited nearly 1,000 classes here at the U of M and also sent emails, made voter plans for their classmates to get out and vote. And today we have seen that happen pretty steadily all day long. We talked to some of the first-time voters, some as young as 18, which means they were born in 2006. They've only been alive really to remember the last couple of presidential elections, and they say getting a chance to vote today is surreal. But make no mistake about it, these young voters are plugged in, telling me they're voting with abortion rights on their minds, immigration, foreign conflict, as well as the economy. And we mentioned that Row the Vote campaign. I had a chance to talk to one of the leaders of that. She shared some pretty sound words of how she feels Gen Z voters feel going into this election.
I think the most important thing for Gen Z voters is feeling seen and feeling heard and feeling like our leaders are actually taking how we feel into account. I think kind of the narrative around Gen Z voters, or maybe Gen Z in general, is that we feel almost abandoned by not any political party per se, but by the political system in general. You have a whole demographic of voters who were raised in a climate crisis, who were raised with violence in schools, mass shootings. So I think regardless of party, you have these issues that kind of unify us as a generation.
And Jeff, of course, with 41 million eligible Gen Z voters across the country, including many here in Minnesota, that could be the difference maker for each one of these candidates who can get that vote. Now, I did ask a lot of young voters today how they're getting their information about the candidates, and that maybe is where we see the biggest difference between cultural divides. They say a lot of them watching Instagram Reels and TikToks to get some voting information. But again, here at the U, this turnout is always strong. In fact, they're going for a three-peat, 2020, 2022, and now hopefully in 2024 of being the highest voter turnout at a public institution in the state of Minnesota. They've won that award the last two elections, being the presidential election and the midterm. They're hoping to get that again tonight, and we've seen a strong push for voters here at the U today.
All right, thank you, Adam. And that's so very Minnesota, always having one of the best voter turnouts in the country. I think it was only in 2022 that another state, I think it was Maine, according to our Secretary of State, surpassed Minnesota when it comes to voter turnout. So good to see that's happening at the U of M campus. All right, we're going to go to our team of political analysts now for some context on the races that have been projected here.
Yeah, Esme Murphy is live in the newsroom. Hi, Esme.
Hey there. As we wait for the Minnesota votes to come in, we are going to talk with Democratic analyst Abu Amara, Republican Amy Koch, about two of the biggest names in Minnesota politics, the biggest names who are major factors in tonight's vote. The first is Tim Walz, the second, Amy Klobuchar. Let's talk about Tim Walz. Who would have thunk it that he was the vice presidential candidate? The question is, if they lose, if Harris loses tonight, if she does not win Pennsylvania, will Tim Walz get the blame, Amy?
Well, certainly the decision to choose Governor Walz from Minnesota over Josh Shapiro, a very popular Pennsylvania governor, will be called into question. So not so much the candidacy of Governor Walz, but more that decision that was made, I think.
Abu?
Look, I agree with that, but here's what I would say. I think people are voting for the top of the ticket. They're not voting for who is second in command on the ticket. I think Governor Walz has been strong across the blue wall, and Governor Shapiro in Pennsylvania has been instrumental in really galvanizing people. So I don't think that's actually going to play a role if Kamala Harris were not to win tonight.
The thing that has surprised me about Tim Walz on the vice presidential campaign trail, I was not aware of his verbal gaffes, his slippage in sort of some fuzzy things like misspeaking about guns carried in war, or else IVF, that his family used IUI, excuse me, instead of IVF. All those little things seem to add up. I wonder if they did. Do you think that he did any harm? Because that's the most important thing with the vice presidential candidate, do no harm.
I mean, I think it's interesting because a lot of those gaffes didn't happen in 2024. They've been happening all along. And so I think the question a lot of Republicans have is, why weren't we more aware of those gaffes, right? That's definitely it. Again, I do agree with Abu to a point, but I also think with Pennsylvania this close, a whisker close, neck and neck by every number, a difference of having Shapiro on the ballot has got to be looking pretty good to the Harris team right now.
All right. Let's talk about Amy Klobuchar. We've been talking in the breaks here. She is obviously poised to win another Senate term. She's running against Royce White, who is frankly a very weak candidate. Even Republicans are acknowledging that. Why is there this breakdown in the Republican Party when it comes to such a big race? This is the Minnesota U.S. Senate race, and they pick a candidate that they're unable to really get behind. What happened, Amy?
Well, this has been an ongoing problem for the GOP. Everyone wants to tell me that this is a blue state. It's not. It's purple. And I keep telling people that, and we could win statewide, but we've got to have a good candidate at the top of the ticket, and we simply have not, since 2006, had a strong statewide candidate at the top of the ticket, I would say. And in this case, the endorsement is such a big deal for the Republicans, where a small group of Republicans, you know, sort of coronate who will be on the ballot for us. And the DFL has sort of gotten away from that. Tim Walz was not the endorsed candidate. Governor Dayton was not the endorsed candidate. They go to a primary and they duke it out with all the voters of Minnesota, all the DFL voters. Republicans ought to do that. We should focus more on the primary and get a broader swath of input on those candidates.
That being said, does it really matter, Abu, who is running against Amy Klobuchar? Yes, you could get some candidates that are probably going to stack up some more votes, but she is a juggernaut.
Absolutely she is. Good candidates, bad candidates. Here's the reality. Republicans understand whoever they run, it is a political suicide mission if you're going to run against Amy Klobuchar. She is one of the most popular bipartisan senators in the country. There's a reason they can't get good candidates, because they know they don't want to spend 10 months, 11 months, raising millions of dollars, spending time away from their family just to lose to Amy Klobuchar by 20 points. That's what I suspect is going to happen here tonight.
You think she could win by 20 points?
I think she could win by 20 points.
Yeah.
One of the things, one of my favorite Amy Klobuchar stories is early on when she was a senator, the Christmas tree for the nation's capital, or no, I think it was Rockefeller Center in New York, was chosen from Bemidji. Not only did she put out a press release, she went there when the tree was being cut down and was there as it was cut down and put on a truck. I mean, that's the kind of difference that Amy Klobuchar makes, and she is there. She does show up, so that's something I think we're going to see. As for the Tim Walz thing, I mean, I think it all comes down to Pennsylvania and the Harris win, so we'll see. All right, we're going to toss it back to you guys there in the studio. We'll have more coming up.
All right, we're going to send it to break.
Now from WCCO, this is live election coverage as America decides.
Good evening and thanks for watching WCCO with our election night coverage.
There's just about an hour before the polls close in Minnesota and Wisconsin tonight, and there's been a strong showing at polling places across the region all day. This is expected to be one of the closest presidential elections in American history. People are taking the chance to voice their opinions on the race as well as other elections.
Jonah Kaplan joins us live in St. Paul. That's where Democrats will be watching results come in after the polls close. And Jonah, what are you hearing from party leaders so far?
And Jeff, it's been a long time since a Republican carried the state in a presidential race. You have to go back to Richard Nixon. But we know that Governor Tim Walz will not be here. But another prominent DFL leader, Amy Klobuchar, she is seeking her fourth six-year term, first elected to the Senate in 2006, now going again in 2024. Also expected here among the congressional delegation, Representative Ilhan Omar, also going for her fourth term. And everyone also keeping a close watch on those state races, because right now Democrats have control of the House and Senate and the governorship. There's one Senate seat up for grabs, and that will determine the balance of power in St. Paul. Let's toss it over now to Derek James, covering Minnesota's GOP.
Thank you, Jonah. They're just getting things underway here, and one of the first arrivals, along with those supporters of the GOP candidates, is Joe Tayrab. He's going to be joining us here in just a few minutes. There's a belief among Republican leadership that with a very close election for president, the Congressional District 2 matchup between Tayrab and the DFL rep Angie Craig will be very close, and then also will help them with the Minnesota House of Representatives races. There are about 8 to 10 that they have targeted, and they believe that they can flip 4 of those tonight, especially with the good GOP early vote turnout and the turnout that they're seeing in some of those very red counties today. So Jeff and Aaron, hopefully Joe Tayrab is going to be joining us here in just a few minutes on CBS News Minnesota.
Okay. Thank you, Derek. And you can catch us live all night on CBS News Minnesota. We'll have the local races, plus the race for president. And then, of course, we'll be back on here on our TV for our news at 10. If we have a moment here, we got a few seconds before break. We've been sort of following the numbers for the electoral votes. We have had some projections from CBS.
Yes, we have Indiana, Kentucky, and West Virginia being called for the former President Trump. Harris winning those 3 electoral votes in Vermont. So our continuing coverage will be here all night. We'll be streaming. If you're watching CBS on TV, you can watch both of us. But we have a team of analysts. We have Esme Murphy, Pat Kessler with us, and we'll be with you throughout the night as results continue to roll in. We now continue our streaming coverage on our free channel, CBS News Minnesota.
Now from WCCO, this is live election coverage as America decides.
Good evening. Our special election night coverage continues with just an hour left to vote in Minnesota and western Wisconsin.
We have seen some long lines at many polling locations across both states. Polls are open until 8 p.m. tonight, so as long as you're in line by then, you are allowed to cast a ballot.
Tonight marks the conclusion to one of the nation's most historic presidential races. Voters will decide whether to send Donald Trump back to the White House or elevate Kamala Harris to the Oval Office, and we could also see our own Governor Tim Walz rise to vice president.
Now, polls are closed in more than 24 states now, including the hotly contested battleground state of Pennsylvania. We have some updated results on the map there. That road to 270 to win the White House. We see that Donald Trump, the former president, now with 80 electoral votes to Vice President Kamala Harris's 27 electoral votes.
Yeah, in just the last few minutes, the ones that stand out as the newest ones to be projected for Donald Trump include Oklahoma, Alabama, Florida, Tennessee. We had already known about Indiana, Kentucky, and West Virginia. And on the other side of the ticket, we knew about Vermont, but the newest additions being Massachusetts, Maryland, and Washington, D.C. Still, however, a large discrepancy in the electoral votes so far, but still so much further to go, Aaron.
Well, we know that this election, Jeff, is going to come down to what happens in those key battleground states, one of them being our neighbors of Wisconsin. And so we will be checking in as those results roll in from throughout the night. But we have crews in Wisconsin, we have crews throughout Minnesota, and we also have live coverage for you from both presidential party headquarters in Washington, D.C., as well as Palm Beach, Florida. We're going to begin right now in our nation's capital.
Yeah, Caroline Cummings is live at the Harris Walls Watch Party at Howard University in Washington, D.C. tonight. Hi, Caroline.
Well, good evening to you both. So you can hear the loud roars of applause behind me. Those are students, supporters who are here at Howard University, the site of the watch party for the Harris Walls campaign here. They're watching to my left some of the projections come on screen, and so they're cheering as they hear those come in. And so the final touches are being put on for tonight. There should be a speaking program here getting underway soon. We won't expect the Vice President or Governor Tim Walz until later this evening. I was told that, Governor Walz was a quick pit stop in Pennsylvania earlier today. Now he's in Washington with his family, and I'm told that he is feeling grateful for this opportunity that he's been given to be on the ticket. Because as you heard a bit earlier from Esme and Abu and Amy, just how we got here, right? Just a few months ago, we never could have contemplated our crew being here in Washington, seeing our governor potentially be the next Vice President of the United States, because then he was just a little-known governor in the Midwest with no national profile until Kamala Harris tapped him to be her running mate when President Joe Biden dropped out over the summer and completely upended this thing. So he's feeling overwhelmed. He's really hustled, across the battleground states, as you mentioned, in the final days of the campaign here. Those are the states that will really lock this up. And the governor was calling in to radio stations in battleground Pennsylvania, the Keystone state that might be the key to this election, trying to make that last-minute push for voters there. And the campaign also feels really good about people like here on this college campus, right? Young voters. Those are some of the key people that they're targeting that think that they could, make this for them tonight. But we'll keep watching those results as they come in here, Jeff and Aaron.
All right, Caroline Cummings live for us at the Harris Watch Party there at Howard University in D.C. Well, control of the Minnesota legislature also up for grabs this election.
Democrats currently have the trifecta, controlling the governor's office, the Senate, and the House. They only hold a razor-thin one-seat majority, however, in the Senate. Democrats also hoping to hold control of the Minnesota House. All 134 seats are up for re-election. Republicans will need to flip 4 seats to take control.
Our Jonah Kaplan is live at the Minnesota DFL Watch Party in St. Paul. What's the mood there, Jonah?
Yeah, I think, Aaron and Jeff, all of this underscores the importance of these local races. And when people actually think about where and what level of government really affects our personal lives, yes, federal government, no question that the presidency is obviously very prominent. And then you have the senators, and then you have the House of Representatives. But think of the legislative agenda that just passed in the Minnesota legislature when we talk about recreational marijuana, when we think about family leave and sick leave and free lunches and breakfasts for Minnesota students. All of those things happened in St. Paul. All of that because of the Democratic Democratic control for the first time in a decade of the House, of the Senate, and having a Democratic governor. In fact, it's only the second time that has happened in 30 years. And so tonight, a lot of Minnesota Democrats really watching to see what happens with that balance of power. There is one seat up for grabs, and that's because of Kelly Morrison, the former senator, state senator, who's now running for Congress to succeed Dean Phillips. If she wins, she'll be the Democrat representing that congressional district, but someone has to fill that seat, and that seat will determine the majority. Will it be Democrats or will it be Republicans? And so for Democrats here, they're watching and they're hoping they're going to retain that control to pursue further legislative agenda. Here's DFL Chairman Ken Martin.
We saw what happened when we had DFL control of both legislative chambers and, of course, the governor's office. We passed one of the most remarkable agendas in Minnesota history that's been helping communities throughout this state and helping improve people's lives in big ways and small ways.
And, of course, we talked about those 134 seats in the House also up for grabs. Other prominent House and senators of the congressional delegation that will be here tonight. Ilhan Omar expected to be here, and of course Senator Amy Klobuchar running for re-election for the 4th time. She was first elected in 2006 and was the first woman to represent Minnesota in the U.S. Senate. She is expected to be here later. Jeff and Aaron, back to you.
Okay. Thank you, Jonah. Minnesota Republicans are gathering to watch the results in Bloomington.
Our Derek James is live for us at the Minnesota GOP headquarters. Derek, some early wins coming in for the former President Trump, some states being called for him, and you're following local races in reaction to that as well.
That's right, and right now we're actually joined by Congressional District 2 candidate Joe Tabrab. Joe, you reminded us a few minutes ago that you are new to this. So the first thing I have to ask is, what have you learned during the course of this campaign?
I've learned a ton. I mean, I've learned mostly from voters who have shared with me their challenges, their aspirations, their goals, their dreams. That's been a big thing for me. But also just, hey, look, we're fighting hard for what America stands for. I've been honored to be in this race, fighting for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And sadly, you know, there's some people like my opponent who's put false stuff out on ads right now. So we're fighting through that. But we're really honored about where we're at right now. We're excited about what we're going to see tonight.
And how important is it to see right now that President Trump is thought to do more like 2016 than 2020 when it comes to getting out the vote?
We're really excited about that. I mean, honestly, in any race, it's really hard for any person down ballot to do too much better or worse than on the top of the ballot. And so we're excited about having earned, you know, President Trump's endorsement, and we're doing very well. Looks like he's doing well out east, and I think that's going to portend well for what happens here in the 2nd District.
What have you heard from constituents, especially in these last couple of days?
Yeah, I think the big thing is the economy. I mean, do we want the same thing that we've had for year after year here with Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and my opponent, Angie Craig, who's been a rubber stamp for their agenda? People don't want that anymore. They don't want continued high prices at the grocery store, at the gas pump, with utility bills. And so I think we can go a different direction. I'm honored and thankful that we live in a country where we have that choice. We have that ability for everyone to vote. People have fought hard for it. My grandpa served in World War II to fight hard for our rights, and so I'm just really, really humbled to be on a ballot today.
And I know a quick stop here, and then you're heading over to your own party, or are there any other stops along the way?
Well, I don't think so. I mean, I think we're good on gas. I don't think we have to stop to get gas, but no, we're going to stop down at my party down in Lakeville. It's kind of the heart of the 2nd District, and so we're excited about that and excited about what we're going to see tonight.
All right. Joe Tabrab, thank you. We appreciate it. I want to send it back now to you, Jeff and Aaron, in the studio.
Thank you so much, Derek. Well, CBS News has made another state projection we want to share with you. Missouri will go to the former president, Donald Trump. Now, at the beginning of the hour, several other states were called, including Florida, and its 30 electoral college votes also going to the former president.
You see the score there on the left so far, 90 electoral votes for Trump, 27 for Harris. A reminder, it takes 270 electoral college votes to win the White House.
And we are expecting the race for the White House to be very close, Pat Kessler. Yeah. And it is a question, too, of if we are so divided, how will people accept these results either way?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question, because what we're seeing tonight so far, the red states are going red, the blue states are going blue. It's nothing that we have not expected. Some of the results will be delayed. It does not mean, if we don't know the winner, does not mean that there's any kind of fraud or that there's anything wrong. They're just counting votes. But you're right, people are actually kind of questioning the results if it goes against the way they want it to. We're looking at exit polls right now, and some of the exit polls say 88% of Harris voters say that the elections are being conducted fairly. Only 52% of Trump voters, 52% of them, they're not confident at all. So there's a very, very deep divide in this country among people about accepting the election results. Now, we have the Pew. The Pew poll is saying that if Trump wins, 72% of Americans say that Harris will accept the result. But if Harris wins, only 24% of Americans say that Trump will accept the results. And that is what everybody is kind of walking on eggshells about tonight. Whether or not President Trump, as he did 4 years ago, came out and said he won when he didn't, if that's going to happen again. So that's kind of what we are watching right now.
Yeah, this whole conversation around the integrity of elections has certainly become a larger conversation since the former president entered the political sphere.
You know, it absolutely has. There's more security at the polls than we have ever seen before. And over the last 4 years, many states, perhaps all 50 states, and the federal government have enhanced and made more secure all of the election mechanisms all around the country.
All right. Thank you so much, Pat. We're going to take a little break here. We'll be back with a report from Trump headquarters down in Palm Beach, Florida. More to come here, streaming on CBS News Minnesota. Welcome back to our special coverage of tonight's election. Former President Donald Trump says he plans to watch results at his Mar-a-Lago home before heading to his election night party.
Bradley Blackburn is live at the Trump headquarters in Palm Beach, Florida for us this evening. Good evening, Bradley.
Jeff, Aaron, good evening. There were big cheers here at Trump HQ a few minutes ago when there were several states were called for the former president. They are watching these results closely. We know the former president is watching them closely as well at Mar-a-Lago. He's there with an inner circle of his core supporters, including CBS News has learned billionaire Elon Musk. So the states that have been called so far, though, were all states that this campaign is expecting and is counting on. But we know that the former president is laser focused tonight on Pennsylvania. He called into a Philadelphia radio station just a little over an hour ago, urging supporters to get out there and get to the polls. And he's telling supporters on his Truth Social platform that if they're in line, still waiting to cast their ballots, to stay there. He has told his supporters that he believes that Pennsylvania is the key to a victory tonight. The former president did cast his own ballot in Palm Beach earlier today, and he spoke to reporters afterwards, declaring that he expects a big victory tonight, a big win. That was his prediction. But at the same time, he's also casting some doubts about the integrity of this vote. He said he'll accept the results of a fair election, but he's already making claims about cheating in Pennsylvania that are unfounded as far as election officials there know. And so that is something that that everyone is watching closely tonight to see how his campaign and the former president himself handle the results as they come in states that are not slam dunks for him necessarily.
All right, Bradley Blackburn live for us. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. And, you know, CBS News has made another state projection that we want to share with you. So South Carolina has been called for the former president for Donald Trump. You heard Bradley Blackburn, who just had that report for us, say that the Trump camp has been expecting these early wins. He's now at 99 electoral votes to Kamala Harris's 27.
As we look at that map, there were a couple key battleground states, that the ones that are still white right now. We're talking Georgia, obviously Pennsylvania, as just mentioned, North Carolina. Those are the ones that will maybe make a big difference, as we heard from our Pat Kessler and so many others, on what happens as this night goes on, as the road to 270 continues. 27 currently for Harris, 99 electoral votes for former President Trump. Now, we have a team of political analysts with us tonight for some context on all of these races.
Esme Murphy joins us now with her panel that really, Esme, you say, is getting the inside information as it comes. What are they saying and thinking?
They have all the inside scoop, and on this topic of all topics, they really have the inside scoop. We're going to talk about the Minnesota legislature. The entire Minnesota House, all 134 seats, are up for election. There's only one Senate seat that is up for grabs. And we're going to talk about the breakdown then, because this could mean the end of the trifecta. And if people didn't realize how important the state legislature is, let's go back to 2023 when we had free school lunches, paid leave, felon voting rights, undocumented driver's licenses, all that. Democrats say it's the best thing that ever happened. Republicans, not so much.
Right, not so much.
Let's talk about the one Senate seat that is up. And the reason the one Senate seat is up, and Jonah talked about this a little bit earlier, Jonah Kaplan from Democratic headquarters, is that the Senator Kelly Morris has resigned. She is like one of the senators resigned to run for Congress. She's running for the 3rd Congressional District. So it's left with 33-33. It's an even split in the Minnesota Senate. Who's going to win? Is it Democrat Ann Johnson Stewart or GOP Kathleen Falk?
So the inside scoop on this,
and you're the former Senate Majority Leader. This woman knows.
And this district was a strong Republican district that has been trending blue, as many of these suburbs have. It's a bellwether for me because it's one that Republicans need to win in the future to have sustainable majorities or win statewide. So having said that, it's the ultimate split seat. It has one House Republican and one House Democrat. Both candidates, good candidates. Both candidates running hard. Both candidates spending a lot of money. And so how this one comes out, and I will say, I'm not certain, it is going to be indicative of either a Republican comeback from my perspective, or coming back in these districts, or an area where Republicans have a deep need to work on. Because if the issues are still the Dobbs decision, if the issues are still Trump, Republicans will not win this district.
Win it?
She can win it. I mean, I'm hearing the inside scoop for both sides is that the polls are surprisingly close for both sides.
All right, how about it?
I think
it's a Democratic pickup, or actually a Democratic keeping.
Exactly.
Keeping
it's a Democratic
right there.
hold. So I think the Trump Republican brand, not Republicanism generally, but the Trump Republican brand is toxic in this district, Senate District 45. This is demographically, this is exactly the coalition that Kamala Harris hopes to elect. Female, suburban, highly educated, supports a woman's right to choose, and this is exactly the type of district that I think, because Kamala's at the top of the ticket, Democrats end up winning.
All right, and Kelly Morrison has won handily before, so we'll have to see how that goes. The Minnesota House, 134 seats, they're all up. Republicans need to switch four seats. We've been raging back and forth here. There are 2 seats being held by longtime Democrats that Republicans think they can flip. Amy?
Yeah, so this is one up in the north in the range. Former Representative Liz Lagarde. That's, I think, by both sides, that's a done deal. I'm also hearing down in Winona. So these are greater Minnesota seats that have been held long time by respected legislators. Gene Pawlowski was the senator or the rep from Winona for a very, very long time. It's now an empty seat, and it looks like a Republican pickup.
All right, you disagree with that?
I vehemently disagree.
Really disagree.
The Democratic coalition is young people, people of color, suburban women. Winona State University. Remember, you got a lot of college kids here who are going to be activated around what? Abortion, right? So I think that's going to play well for the Democrats there. It will be close, but I think Democrats hold. And secondly, in Shakopee, Republicans have been hoping for a while that they can eat into the suburbs. The problem is the suburbs are trending the Democratic way. Those are 2 seats I suspect the Democrats will protect.
So at the end of the day, we could have an end to the DFL trifecta over in St. Paul.
Well, here's the thing, too, to watch. What is the margin of victory for Kamala Harris in the state of Minnesota? I think it's largely expected that she will win. However, if it is 2 to 4 points, then I think that helps down ballot, and that gives the GOP House a real chance at taking over.
We'll be watching, all right. The polls close in Minnesota in 40 minutes, so we'll soon see. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Esme. We have much more to come here after a brief break. Live report from the University of Minnesota campus, and, of course, all those results coming in from across the country.
Now from WCCO, this is live election coverage as America decides.
It has been a monumental day for young voters. The polls close now in about half an hour.
WCCO's Adam Duxter is live at the University of Minnesota, checking in with students who cast their vote. And Adam, how's it going out there?
Yeah, Jeff, you know how it is when you're in college, right? You wait till the last moment to do the assignment, and we're kind of seeing that here, a late push at the polls. Folks still coming through with about a half hour to go. These young people making up what could be the first Gen Z election. They're part of 41 million Gen Z age eligible voters in the United States, about 50,000 of them right here on the U of M's campus, and they will be voting, many of them, for president for the very first time. And here in Minnesota, that youth voter turnout has been strong, not just in the midterms we saw in 2022 and the last presidential election in 2020, but strong even several of the past presidential elections, a very strong youth voter turnout. And here at the U, they've been spending months on a Row the Vote campaign to get young people to come out and vote. They visited thousands of classrooms here on campus and sent email upon email. Even now we're seeing people come in with a friend. They voted, but their friend has not voted, so they're trying to get folks in. Still, these voters say voting for the first time is a surreal feeling, but they are plugged in, telling us they're voting for everything from abortion rights, immigration, foreign conflict, and the economy, keeping all of that in mind. And moments ago, I talked to an 18-year-old voting for the very first time.
I think what matters to me, especially right now since I'm in college, is college taxes and loans and how I'm going to pay these off. Also, I'm thinking about mostly the environment and my family. And a lot of young people don't think their vote matters or anything, but I think it does. And all it takes is just a little bit of research to find out what is best for you.
And Jeff, here at the U, they are going for a three-peat, both in 2020 and 2022. There is the highest youth voter turnout at any public institution in Minnesota was right here at the U of M. They say that is a title they want to keep. Again, they've got tens of thousands of young voters right here on campus. We've seen many of them cast a vote already today.
Yeah. Dedication to their civic duty they probably learned from their relatives here in Minnesota. Thank you, Adam.
We take so much pride in having high voter turnout here in Minnesota. We will be watching to see how you all voted. We have continuing coverage live on our stream, CBS News Minnesota, from now until 10. And then we'll see you back on WCCO tonight at 10.
Now from WCCO, this is live election coverage as America decides.
Welcome back to our special election night coverage on CBS News Minnesota. I want to take a look at the electoral map in the race to the White House, that road to 270 to win the presidency. We have the numbers up for you right now. Donald Trump, the former president, with 105 electoral votes to Vice President Kamala Harris's 27.
Yeah, and so many of these states, they only had polls closed within the past half hour to an hour, but the projections coming through on CBS, for the most part, have been in favor of Donald Trump. However, as we've learned from our political expert here, Pat Kessler, a lot of these states that are red are ruby red, meaning things were expected. It's those battlegrounds that were still white, Pat, that will kind of decide the election. What did you see in that map so far?
Yeah, I saw exactly what we expected, where the red states are going red, the blue states are going blue. And we're going to see that for a little bit longer. And 4 years ago and 8 years ago, remember, the early votes tend to favor Republicans. Those are the red states. And then as you go on and some of the paper votes are counted, some of the mail-in ballots, then they tend to favor more of the blue states and the Democrats. So that is where you get some discrepancies here. But absolutely, I see things going the way that we expected them to. The big ones we're watching, waiting for: Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, and then up in the little north toward the Midwestern, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan. That's what we're going to look at in the next hour or so.
Yeah, when we look at some of those key battleground states, you know, like Wisconsin and like Pennsylvania, you mentioned those two. They went for Joe Biden in 2020, Trump in 2016. Right. So a lot of these critical states really have gone back and forth in the past few cycles.
This is, I think, the closest election I have ever seen, and it's going to take a number of days before we can probably determine who the winner is. But remember, back just 4 years ago, it took 4 days for Joe Biden to be declared the winner. And I'm old enough to remember the year 2000. I remember George W. Bush and Al Gore, when that took 36 days. Yeah. So just because we don't have the results right now doesn't mean there's anything wrong. We're going to keep counting. And this could be historic for a whole bunch of different reasons. But one of them might be it's the closest election in anybody's recent memory.
Sure. And like you said, regardless of who wins the White House, right, it could be historic on either side. Yeah. We're either talking the first female president in U.S. history. I feel like we haven't had a chance to
black president
mention that much, you know. And then we talked about it's unusual for a former president to leave the White House and then potentially go back.
That's true. The last time this happened was when one of your favorite presidents, Grover Cleveland, back in 1885, he served 2 non-consecutive terms. And so, yeah, so this would be historic in that way. He'd be the first one. But think about what we'd been through. We had an 81-year-old president who had a disastrous debate with many questions forced out by voters who questioned his mental acuity. And then we had Kamala Harris come in, a 90-day campaign. That's historic, too. If Donald Trump wins, as you mentioned, the first one since Grover Cleveland, but he's also would be the first candidate, the first president convicted of felonies, 34 felonies. So there are a lot of firsts here as we get through these next couple of hours, and depending on who wins, the next couple of days.
Yeah, in the midst of all that, an assassination attempt this summer. I mean, it's been quite the election cycle. That's right. All right, thank you, Pat. Well, some voters we've talked to say neither of the major party candidates support their views.
They are encouraging people to look at third-party candidates. And for that perspective, we're going to our Uba Ali live for us in Minneapolis. Hi, Uba.
Hey there, Jeff and Aaron. So, I mean, this movement started several months ago, and it started as an abandoned Biden movement, then snowballed into the uncommitted movement. Organizers say that was their way of putting pressure on the Democratic Party to support a permanent ceasefire in the war in Gaza. Then, after Biden stepped down and the Harris-Walz ticket came about, another group, the uncommitted delegates, especially here in Minnesota, the Democratic uncommitted delegates, then wanted to see and hear some kind of promise from the Harris-Walz ticket and the Democratic campaign to say, yes, we're going to be supporting a two-state solution, in which Harris did mention at the DNC. However, organizations like Justice Equity Coalition here that is going to be having a watch party say still more needs to be done. And among the uncommitted 11 Democratic delegates here in Minnesota, they still are divided and say more needs to be done.
Ultimately, by not responding to the demands that we had put out, the Harris campaign and the DNC made it impossible for the leadership of the uncommitted movement to affirmatively endorse the ticket.
Now tonight, as the reason for this election watch party, they say it's because they want to see what this movement is going to do to the Democratic ticket. I mean, this is a campaign that's both saying abandon Harris and abandon Trump, vote third party, because they don't see their values aligning, and that either campaign isn't going to support a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. So right behind me, you see they've got the TV up. They're going to be watching those election results start to trickle in and really see what kind of situation snowballed from this movement. Jeff and Aaron.
All right, Uba Ali, interesting to hear what is on the mind of voters tonight. We appreciate that. And we have, of course, also been following polling sites across the state, including south of the Twin Cities.
That's where John Lauritsen has been as he's made his way through small towns all along Highway 169. Earlier was in St. Peter, now joining us in Mankato at a DFL watch party. Hi there, John.
Hey, Jeff, how you doing? Yeah, we're also in Jordan, Minnesota earlier today talking with voters there. Just arrived a few minutes ago at a place called The Venue in Mankato. This is, as you said, Jeff, a DFL election night party. A lot of candidates expected to show up today and their supporters from across this part of southern Minnesota. Of course, this is where Governor Walz made his mark as a politician, where his political career started. He was a congressman down here. Before that, obviously, he was a teacher, a coach as well. In fact, we've seen a couple of his former players here tonight wearing Mankato West football jerseys where he used to coach. So we're going to be here throughout the evening talking with people about why they're here. Obviously, they're supporting not just Walz, but other DFL candidates for this election tonight. And are they nervous? How are they feeling coming into tonight's election? And of course, what issues here in southern Minnesota, the southern part of the state, are impacting them? What made them want to turn out to the polls? But again, following people here tonight, we're just going to start interviewing a few people here in a few minutes, guys, to kind of get their perspective on, this night for all of us is much anticipated. There's a certain level of stress and anxiety that comes with election night. And of course, for Walz supporters, no different here as well, guys.
All right, John Lauritsen live for us. He's moving around tonight. We appreciate that. Well, we have more to come here on our special election night coverage streaming on CBS News Minnesota. We're going to check in on that tight race between Craig and Tayrab. That's coming up here.
to our special election night coverage here on CBS News Minnesota. There's a battle in the South Metro for the 2nd Congressional District.
Incumbent Democrat Angie Craig is looking to hold her position, while opponent Republican Joe Tayrab is looking to unseat her. Congresswoman Angie Craig's camp is set up at Baldman Brewing in Eagan. They're going to watch the results come in from there. And Jennifer Mayerly is live now with the incumbent on how they're spending this election day. Hi, Jen.
Hi there. Well, Congresswoman Angie Craig has been canvassing the 2nd District, which really covers much of the South Metro, since the polls opened this morning. And the incumbent Democrat told supporters that she plans to stay out there until the final vote is cast. And take a look. Supporters have started gathering here at Baldman Brewing, where they will gather here tonight to watch the results come in. Now, Craig told us that they door-knocked more than 200,000 homes ahead of Election Day, the most that they have ever done. Still found some undecided voters and hope to sway them by her message. Craig is defending her seat. She's highlighted abortion rights and protecting Social Security in her campaign, and to live free from gun violence. Now, earlier today, she thanked supporters and said she trusts voters will send her back to Congress for a 4th term.
I woke up incredibly calm, and I slept really well last night. And you know why? You know why? Because we've done the work. We've done the work, not just to win over voters, but we've done the work every single day for the people of the 2nd District. And I trust the voters. I trust my constituents. I trust that they're going to send me back to Congress to represent them.
So many of those supporters here in the room tonight to support Congresswoman Angie Craig. Now, in 2020, she beat her Republican opponent by 3 points. In 2022, she expanded that margin, beating him by 5 points. We, of course, will be watching to see what happens tonight in this district that has leaned Democrat, but that many consider a toss-up. Back to you.
All right, Jennifer Forrest in the South Metro, thank you. We want to turn now to Kirsten Mitchell. She's live in Lakeville, where the 2nd Congressional District Republican candidate Joe Tayrab will be hosting a watch party tonight.
Kirsten, you spoke with Tayrab just a little bit ago, so tell us about what he had to say about this close race.
Yeah, well, essentially, he's feeling very optimistic. He thinks his message has really resonated with voters here in the 2nd Congressional District, a district that is evenly split between Republicans and Democrats. His watch party here starting to fill up in Lakeville. We know Tayrab was over at the GOP party earlier this evening speaking. He is coming back here, going to address his supporters throughout the evening, so we'll bring you more from him in just a little bit. But a little bit about Joe Tayrab as the candidate himself. He is a 37-year-old Marine Corps veteran and former federal and county prosecutor. This is his first time running for office, and he says he's fighting to protect the American dream. He is focused on inflation and immigration. And on abortion, another issue we know is important to voters. Tayrab says he does oppose it, but does not support a federal ban. Here's more from Tayrab from just a little bit ago.
People are paying way too high of prices at the grocery store, at the gas pump, with utility bills. People want a secure border. People want to support our law enforcement. As a federal prosecutor for many years, my job was to work hand in hand with law enforcement. We just need to support law enforcement. So we are feeling good that that message has latched on, and so now we just wait for the election results.
And a lot of his supporters waiting for those results as well. The doors opened here at 7, so this room is starting to fill up. We are expected to hear more from Tayrab here in just a little bit. But of course, if Tayrab wins, this would be the very first Republican to win this district since 2016. So really a must-watch race tonight.
All right, certainly. Thank you so much for that report, Kirsten.
All right, we have a team of political analysts with us tonight for, of course, some context on all these races across the country and especially here in Minnesota.
Yeah, Esme Murphy joins us now live in the newsroom. So what does the team think of all of this, Esme?
Well, I tell you, I've got Republican Amy Koch, Democrat Abu Amara, and these two are so good. But one of the things that they are able to do is to look at trends that are happening across the country. And both of them in the last 10 to 15 minutes have come across trends in other states that are looking very good for Donald Trump. Amy, let's go to you first, because you brought it up first.
Well, let's start with Georgia, which was one of the 7 swing states. On the RCP average, Donald Trump was up, but he was up by 1.3%, which is essentially completely inside the margin of error and not a win. Now, with 58, 59% of the vote in, so we're getting close to kind of that 60% in, Donald Trump is up 55-44.
And what you guys are doing is you're looking at specific counties and how those counties have performed in the past, and this is just popping here.
Right, and some of those large towns like Atlanta and counties around Atlanta, Savannah are in, Augusta, and like 70, 80% of them are already in. And so if Donald Trump is up, that means that he is under polling, which has been an issue in 2020 and been an issue in 2016, which was why the surprise with Hillary Clinton and even in 2020 when he lost Joe Biden, he was under polling by about 4.5%.
I want to talk about that in a minute, but Abu, what are you seeing? Because you're also seeing signs of Donald Trump overperforming.
Look, generally, both campaigns know their theory to 270 electoral votes. So what I'm looking for is there a canary in the coal mine? Is there an indication that something is slightly off of what we thought it might be? The numbers coming out of Virginia right now are a bit concerning. Again, there's plenty of time for Democrats from the Democratic standpoint. This is a state that has been trending our way for 15 years or so. I thought we'd be winning this state by 4 to 6 points. Right now, it looks like it's a 49-49 dead heat. Again, there's still time for votes to come in and really important counties like Loudoun County, King George County, but it is a bit of a concern. There clearly is some momentum in that state for Donald Trump. I think it goes back to the fact that Donald Trump is overperforming in states where they have Republican governors, and I think that might be an understory of this for this campaign and of this night if he ends up winning.
All right, and this is a concern because this has happened in the last 2 elections. If this trend continues, and we want to stress it is very, very early right now, but if this trend continues, if in fact Donald Trump is overperforming in these states that he has been underpolled, what is it? Why in some states have consistently pollsters not been able to get and capture the Trump vote? What is going on? Once again.
Yeah, I mean, think that will be the question for the night. Is it that people just don't honestly answer the pollsters and that they don't say yes, I'm for Trump, or is it that you just get into the booth these swing voters, right? These Nikki Haley Republicans that get in the booth and just go, all right, and they go home, right? And they go home, but they don't poll. They don't poll.
Right, Abu?
Yeah, I think there is kind of a self-selection bias. A lot of people who are Trump supporters know it's probably not popular to say that they're a Trump supporter, so they don't tell a pollster, they don't tell their neighbors, but they quietly go into that booth and they tick for Donald Trump.
All right, and we want to stress this is very early. But again, these guys are good. They pick up on trends. The trend they're seeing, Donald Trump overperforming in some areas. The reason we look at these trends is because they tend to follow through the evening. However, another trend, if you go back to 2016 and 2020, is that there's something called the red mirage, and the red mirage has been the early reporting of early results coming in from walk-in voters the day of the election, and those results have shown big leads in some states for Republicans, and then over the course of several hours it switches back to the Democratic ticket. In fact, I was looking at Wisconsin numbers earlier. There was a red lead, Republican lead in 2020 for Republicans, for Donald Trump until 3 o'clock in the morning when Joe Biden started coming in. Could we be seeing this again?
So a difference this year is that Republicans are pushing early voting and mail-in voting, and they talked down early voting in 2020 and 2016. And we've been saying this for this entire election cycle. The impact of that is yet to be seen. We don't have a model to follow. We don't have a gauge. But Republicans, the mirage existed because the mail-in ballots that get voted kind of get processed as it goes, but come in later. We're trending heavily Democrat. We don't know that that's the case this year.
I think Republicans were hoping by their early votes to keep it narrow. They don't have to win in early votes, but they have to keep it within single digits because they end up winning on Election Day. So if they can keep it close, that's the first half of the game. Election Day is the second half. They're hoping they can win in the second half.
What I'm looking at in the next hour is the Donald Trump ground game versus the Democratic ground game in states like Minnesota, all across the country. Essentially, Donald Trump has farmed out his ground game to people like Elon Elon Musk hired people, whereas the Democrats have launched this extraordinary effort, door knocking. You were just in contact with the Speaker of the Minnesota House, Melissa Hortman. Where was Melissa Hortman at this hour?
Melissa Hortman, like she always does, is still making sure everybody can get out to vote to protect that House majority. We're going to need that because it seems that there's some momentum.
She's door knocking in Shakopee.
She's door knocking right now in a swing district, Shakopee. That's going to be essential for us to keep the majority.
That's a remarkable thing. Well, Aaron and Jeff, we'll continue to follow this, but some interesting developments, some interesting trends obviously shaping up right here.
All right.
Thank you, Esme.
Yes. Well, the path to 270 is becoming a little bit more clear, though it is still early. Let's show you where we're at with electoral votes now. So the former president, Donald Trump, has 105 electoral votes. You need 270 to win, of course. Vice President Kamala Harris with 27. Some of those results are trickling in. We are waiting for CBS News projections to make these calls, but we do have a bunch of polls that are about to close at the top of the hour.
That's right. At 8 o'clock, 163 total electoral votes will be up for grabs when polls close in states like Arizona, Colorado, key ones like our own right here, Minnesota. So, of course, a lot more to come. But as we look at it right now, Esme talked about this red mirage. We've heard Pat Kessler say ruby red states. Things that we expected to happen have happened. Waiting for that shoe to drop here in a little bit.
We know this will all likely come down to those battleground states, and we'll be watching them closely. We'll continue our streaming coverage here on CBS News Minnesota.
Now from WCCO, this is live election coverage as America decides.
Thanks for watching WCCO on this election night. Polls will close in Minnesota and Wisconsin in just a few minutes at 8 o'clock.
We, of course, been hearing from voters in the metro and all across the state. One of our stops today took us to Jordan. Voters were walking through a steady rain to get to the Community Education and Recreation Center. A number of them told us why today was important to them.
I wanted to make sure Trump got in. It was good when he was in president, but not so good right now.
I love the empowerment behind women and everything going on right now, and I love to encourage that and support that, and it's an honor to be able to vote for a woman in my lifetime. I never expected I would get to do that, so it's been a pleasure and an honor.
There is a lot of attention on the battleground states, including Wisconsin, and David Schuman is in River Falls right now, and he joins us. How has turnout been out there, David?
Amelia, well, right now it's not going to look like much, right? We're at the University of Wisconsin, River Falls, and this is what closing polls look like. But just a few minutes ago, hour ago, the line was down these stairs and wrapping around. There have been surges of people coming to vote, lines of 30, 45 minutes or more. Elections officials here tell me that there were about 1,200 people that voted here today just at this location. That's not even counting early votes or the 3 other polling places in River Falls. And that's kind of in line with what we've been seeing all through western Wisconsin. Long lines to vote in River Falls. In Prescott, we were there earlier. So turnout seems to be being driven by these tight races. The presidential race, of course, at the top of the ticket. We're hearing of more lines elsewhere. We're going to be checking all that out, and we'll let you know how that goes.
All right. Thank you, David. Oh, well, we've seen lines at many polling places today.
We have. If you do get in line before 8 o'clock, you will be allowed to vote. Reg Chapman is live in North Minneapolis. What's going on there, Reg?
Well, Frank, poll workers here at the Phyllis Wheatley Community Center in North Minneapolis preparing to welcome those last-minute voters. Poll workers have been told to stand at the back of the line, and at 8 o'clock when the polls close, people behind them will not be allowed to get inside and vote. It has been a busy day on both sides of the river. We spoke with people in St. Paul's Rondo neighborhood as well as here in North Minneapolis, and they all say that concerns about crime, the economy, and the access to the American dream is what made them run to the polls. But now, with the polls closing in just minutes, they'll have to wait with the rest of the country to see how this all shakes out, guys.
Yeah, maybe not even we'll know tonight. We'll see. Thank you, Reg.
We'll be live streaming on CBS News Minnesota from now until 10, and then our team coverage continues right here on WCCO News at 10. CBS News coverage continues next on WCCO TV.
And local coverage on our stream, CBS News Minnesota, next.
Election coverage as America decides.
Good evening. It is 8 o'clock, and the polls are just closing across Minnesota and western Wisconsin in an unpredictable election year unlike any other.
From the White House to the Minnesota State Capitol, there is a lot at stake on the ballot this year. WCCO will be here all night to bring you the very latest results as the votes roll in.
And we have a team of reporters covering all the angles from southern Minnesota to the Twin Cities and western Wisconsin. And we'll check in live with the presidential campaigns in Florida and Washington. That is where Minnesota's governor is tonight. in the running to become America's next vice president. Let's take a look at where the presidential race stands right now.
Here are, of course, we want to try to give you the latest numbers in Minnesota, and we don't have any votes in right now, but we'll, of course, keep an eye on that, and they will start to come in here eventually. This is a look at the 2nd Congressional District. Angie Craig, the incumbent, and Joe Tairab, and again, we're waiting for votes to come in.
Yes, and of course, one of Minnesota's U.S. Senate seats is on the ballot. Incumbent Democrat Amy Klobuchar is seeking her 4th term in the Senate, and she goes up against Royce White. We're still waiting for the votes to come rolling in because the polls just closed. Both political parties in Minnesota are hosting election night events right now, so we want to start by checking in with WCCO's Jonah Kaplan, who is in St. Paul. Hi there, Jonah.
Amelia, Frank, good evening. Of course, Governor Walz, as you mentioned, not going to be here, but Amy Klobuchar seeking her 4th term in the United States Senate. She was first elected 2006 and was the first woman elected to serve from Minnesota for the United States Senate. The doors are just about to open here as people come in, and we just know, of course, the polls closing here in Minnesota. Of course, Amy Klobuchar's race and several of the congressional races, with the exception of Angie Craig in the 2nd Congressional District, most of them, I don't want to say a formality, but not a lot of people expecting a lot of surprises. But when it comes to control of St. Paul, there is one state Senate race up for grabs because Kelly Morrison, who was the former state senator, now running to succeed Dean Phillips in the congressional seat. That's an open seat in the Senate, and that's the one seat that will determine control of the state Senate. So Democrats win, they could potentially retain, again, that trifecta, the governorship, the House, and the Senate. And of course, the House also up for grabs, 134 seats there. It's only happened twice in the last 30 years that the Democrats had the trifecta, and we saw their legislative agenda really checking every box that they wanted to with control of those chambers. So we're going to be watching all of that tonight. We should be seeing some of those projections coming in soon for some of those other races, the less competitive ones, like the 5th Congressional District for Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, also seeking her 4th term in Washington. Frank and Amelia.
All right, Jonah, thank you.
Yeah, Jonah mentioned that Senate seat. The GOP is hoping that doesn't happen. They're looking to gain seats in Congress and at the Capitol.
WCCO's Derek James is in Bloomington at the GOP headquarters. Hi, how are you there, Derek?
Doing good, Amelia. This is the first time of the night that they've turned up the volume on the results, and we're starting to get some of the cheers as we start to hear about some of the winners in the race for president. Obviously not the state of Minnesota, but Jonah Kaplan just mentioned that open 3rd Congressional District seat. And on the GOP side, Tad Jude is running against former state Senator Kelly Morrison. Tad Jude and his wife, Jackie, join me now. First of all, Tad, I have to ask you, you first won an election at the age of 20 years old, a state legislative race. Okay. Did you ever feel you'd be back here today?
Absolutely not. No, I did a lot of door knocking, and I still do door knocking. I love to do that, but I had no idea I'd be here tonight.
Give me a little bit of an idea of what constituents have said are the key issues to them in.
I hear about affordability. I hear about the cost of owning a home, paying rent, putting food on the table, putting gas in the car, paying insurance, all the costs of everyday life. That's been coming to me door to door all the time.
So polls have just closed in Minnesota. Is there any kind of a sigh of relief now, or does it actually get more anxious?
No, I think we're waiting for a decision from the voters. You know, the voters cast a vote today. It's so important, and we're all waiting for the returns.
What has been the best part of this experience in this campaign?
People get to know me. I enjoy that human connection.
And you're ready to go to work if you win?
Absolutely. We're ready on day one.
All right. And I noticed you even have your own orange table, which is different from everybody else here. Who did that? Was that you, Jackie?
Yeah, that was me. Yeah. We climb it, yeah. We'll climb a little section at a time.
All right. Well, good luck to you tonight, Tad.
Okay.
Thank you for joining us. Let's take it, Amelia.
All right. Thank you, Derek.
The hottest congressional race in Minnesota is the 2nd District, where Angie Craig is trying to hold on to her incumbent seat.
We're still taking a look here. We don't have any of the votes coming in, any percentage of the votes there. But Jennifer Merrily is at Angie Craig's party in Eagan. Angie's seeking her 4th term there. Hi, Jen.
Hi, well, the energy here is high. Supporters, friends, volunteers who have stopped for Congresswoman Angie Craig are all filling in here tonight. And it's interesting, I was talking to a few of them who said this congressional district is still one of the highly competitive districts in the country, and it's what makes this so interesting tonight. But they also said they are optimistic and believe that Angie Craig has the momentum and has what it takes to earn that 4th term. And you can see people here just enjoying themselves, hoping for a win for Angie Craig tonight. She was canvassing the South Metro when the polls opened this morning, as they continued to do so. Said she would until the polls closed. And earlier today, she told supporters she slept well last night, woke up calm, and she says it's because she believes they've done the work for the people of the 2nd District. Craig said much of this race is about freedom.
For a family to make their own health care decisions, the freedom to send your kid to school or to go to church or a synagogue and live free from gun violence in our country, the freedom to grow and build your own small business, the freedom to love who you want to love and build a family with them. That's what the people of the 2nd District are about, and that's why we're going to win.
Yeah, and Craig says she believes the issues that she stands for will carry her through to that 4th term. And when we talk about this being a close race, we can look at the last few years and what's happened. Angie Craig expanded the lead over her Republican opponent 2 years ago. It went from 3 points in 2020, expanding that lead over a Republican opponent, to 5 points in 2022. They hope to continue that trend and win this race tonight. Of course, all these folks will be here with them. We expect to hear from Craig at some point tonight, and we will be with these supporters and volunteers, bringing you the very latest from here. Frank and Amelia.
All right, thanks, Jen. Yeah, that was Tyler Kistner that she ran against last time and made a little distance between.
Definitely. Of course, the opponent who wants to unseat Angie Craig is Joe Tarab. He's a former Marine and prosecutor.
Kirsten Mitchell is at his party in Lakeville. Hi, Kirsten.
Hey there, Frank and Amelia. Like Jen said, the energy and optimism is high here as well. This is a packed room here in Lakeville, and Joe Tarab just arrived back to his watch party. He walked around, greeted his supporters, and is set to take to the stage and welcome them here really any minute now. And something to keep in mind is that this is such a split district, right, of Republican and Democratic voters. So really both party thinks it is their seat to claim this time around. Now, Tarab is a political newcomer. He is trying to unseat the incumbent, Angie Craig. He's a 37-year-old Marine Corps veteran and former federal and county prosecutor. His message is that he is fighting to protect the American dream. He grew up in a small town of Windham and says he learned the value of hard work from his father, who is an immigrant from Sudan. He is here tonight supporting him. Now, his top issues are inflation and immigration. Securing the border is something he says he'll prioritize on day one.
It's unacceptable that fentanyl is coming through our country, that we have a human trafficking crisis. I mean, I had to put some of these fentanyl traffickers behind bars here in Minnesota. I mean, every town is a border town because of our open border. So we need to secure the border on day one.
So if Tarab wins, he would be the first Republican to win this district since 2016. I asked him if he thought he could flip the district. He said, quote, "We definitely can." So we'll see as those results come in. Frank and Amelia.
Yeah, we certainly will. All right. Thank you very much, Kirsten, live in Lakeville. We now want to look at it on the presidential race. Of course, 270 is the magic number for electoral votes, and we have some updates.
Yeah, we do. Right now, they're saying that Trump has 154 electoral votes. Harris has 30. CBS has projected that Trump Trump has won South Dakota, Wyoming, and North Dakota and Texas, and Harris with Delaware. So those are the latest that are coming in that CBS is projecting. We want to go to Esme Murphy now and our political analyst to get a little insight on things.
All right, we're here with Amy Koch, Republican analyst, and Abu Amara, a Democrat. Before we get to them, I want to tell you what I have been hearing from election officials statewide. It's not going to make me very popular here, but the votes are going to be delayed, and this is why. Minnesota election law has changed. So as of this year, if you have an absentee ballot, you can drop it off until 8 p.m. and it will still count. What happened in the primary is that these votes were tallied, not in the areas where they were dropped off, but they were tallied like in the main county seats. So they had to be transported to the main county seats. And only then when they knew how many absentee ballots would come in between 3 and 8, could they begin releasing some of the preliminary results. I know that's complicated. I probably didn't do a very good job explaining it, but the bottom line, this is all delaying basically the outcome and when we will hear the votes. It's also being done slightly differently now. So now Golden Valley doesn't have to ship all their absentees and have them counted in Hennepin County. Golden Valley can call up Hennepin County in downtown and say, hey, we've got 100 absentee ballots between 3 and 8. Go forward and start releasing the initial results. In other words, it's going to be longer than we expected. Ginny Gelms, who is the head of elections for Hennepin County, told me she did not expect any results from Hennepin County until an hour and a half to 2 hours after the polls close. So that is a lot of time. I do want to get into, though, some of these congressional races, because what we've seen in the past 15, 20 years is a remarkable shift in the congressional map in Minnesota. We've had red districts go blue, blue districts go red. Tell us about some of the things that Republicans have picked up. The map has changed forever. It
has, and it's really in just the last 10 years.
10 years, yeah.
10 years, honestly, because 10 years ago, if you'd have told me that the Iron Range, which is northern Minnesota, would be red, I would have laughed at you. It was a rock-ribbed Democrat stronghold, and that has completely shifted now and is almost entirely Republican, both in the House and how it goes for president and down the ticket, and they also are represented in Congress by Pete Stauber. Conversely, what was a Republican with Jim Ramstad, Eric Paulson, which is the 3rd district, which is those suburbs, western suburbs, again, a place where Republicans could reliably count on a bunch of votes, has now almost been lost, maybe for a very long time, for Republicans to Democrats.
All right, and obviously Dean Phillips picked that up in the past few years. He's not running again. We're going to see a race between Tad Jude, who we just heard from a few minutes ago at Republican headquarters, versus Kelly Morrison, Senator Kelly Morrison. This is going to be a really interesting race. Senator Kelly Morrison just dwarfed Tad Jude in terms of the amount of money that she had. She had 10 times as much money. She's definitely, I think, considered by most people to be the favorite to retain that seat for the Democrats.
She absolutely is a prohibitive favorite. I've said before, if Democrats could go into a lab and create the perfect candidate in the context of the Dobbs decision and reproductive freedom, it is Kelly Morrison. She is an OBGYN by training. She does this day in and day out. Her husband is a veteran. She's served the West Metro community so well. That is the type of person who is going to overperform in this type of environment.
Also, another district that has completely switched is the 1st congressional district, which used to be held for 12 years by vice presidential candidate Tim Walz. He held that 1st district seat. Right now it is in Republican hands. Representative Brad Finstad is favored to win against Rachel Bowman. We expect to get those results. And again, the results that I'm talking about, the slow results, it's statewide. It's not just in the metro area. But Brad Finstad is definitely favored here, and it's because it's now Republican.
Well, it's really shifted Republican. Also, by the way, Brad, if you had to make a candidate for the CD1, you would choose Brad Finstad, worked with the USDA. I mean, yes, former state rep, outstanding candidate as well, has to be said. But except for some regional centers, a little bit in Rochester, a little bit in Mankato, CD1 has just become overwhelmingly Republican country.
All right, we're going to come back here, but we want to throw it back to Amelia and Frank in the main studio.
All right.
All right. Thank you, group.
And we'll have more election coverage right here on WCCO and CBS News Minnesota coming up. Welcome back to election coverage here on CBS News Minnesota. We want to take a quick look to see how things are going in the presidential race in the Electoral College. This is the latest. Donald Trump with 154 and Kamala Harris with 30.
Let's get out to Washington, D.C. That is where Caroline Cummings is live at the Harris campaign event. Hi, Caroline. Can you hear us okay?
Hi, good evening to you, Frank and Amelia. I'm coming to you from Howard University. There is a sea of people just out of the frame that you can't see. Students, supporters who are eager to hear from the Vice President and Governor Tim Walz tonight here at her alma mater at Howard University. But we don't expect to hear from either one of them for a good while until more of these results come in. They've had some speakers, they've had some performances. There's been a DJ playing with some good energy. They are projecting on a big screen some of the results as they come in, but so far it's a kind of wait and see environment here. The tempo's still good here, but we're just kind of waiting to see where things land. Now, Governor Walz, we're told, was really trying to get out the vote in the waning hours of this campaign, even when he was here in Washington with his family, because of course they're going to be here later this evening. So he was calling into radio stations in battleground states, trying to make that last pitch to voters before polls close. Of course, polls have closed in many states here on the East Coast. They are just closed in Minnesota there, so we'll be waiting for those results and see how America decides if Vice President Harris and Governor Tim Walz should go to the White House, and will Governor Walz be the third vice president to come from Minnesota. Frank and Amelia.
All right. Thank you very much, Caroline. We want to look at what's going on with the race for the president because we want to bring in Pat Kessler to talk about things.
Yeah, Pat, we're really curious what you're seeing at this point and some observations.
Yeah, looking at the electoral map, we see a sea of red right now so far for former President Trump. 270 electoral college votes needed to win. 154 to 30 is where we are right now. Now, I want to say that this is pretty much what we expected, starting out with the red states all going for Trump, the red states going red, blue states going blue. But there are a couple of warning signs, I think, for Kamala Harris as I'm looking at the map. In Virginia, it's very, very close, 49 to 48% Donald Trump. I think that's closer than people thought it would be. And in North Carolina, this is a place that Kamala Harris spent a lot of time in the last few weeks, just spending a lot of time thinking they might be able to flip North Carolina. Donald Trump is leading there as well, 50 to 48% roughly. So a couple of warning signs, I think, there. There's 50% of the vote in there. We're waiting right now for the other polls to close, and I think we're going to start seeing a change in the maps, guys, where some blue states may begin to pop up for Kamala Harris. But right now, as you look at it, it's all red, just as we expected. And we don't have the votes in from so many other states because they're coming in later than we thought.
Yeah, because they changed a lot of the rules, right?
They changed a lot of the laws in the last 4 years, yeah. So that's where it is right now, where the votes are coming in a little later. We say this all the time. Just because the votes are coming in late does not mean that there's anything wrong. No. All they're doing is counting, one by one by one by one. So we'll stay tuned and see where it goes.
All right, and you'll be joining us for the rest of the night.
We will.
So, okay, thank you.
You bet.
We'll have more results ahead in a few moments from WCCO and CBS News Minnesota.
Now from WCCO, this is live election coverage as America decides.
Hello, the polls are officially closed and local race results are slowly coming in.
We're going to check in with WCCO's Jonah Kaplan, who's at the DFL headquarters in St. Paul. Jonah, how's it going there?
Frank and Amelia, they just introduced the DJ. So they've got the music going on. They've got people coming in. I've heard a couple terms. One was cautiously optimistic. The other one, this was new, nauseously optimistic. And that, I think, is the feeling among people here because, at least in terms of Minnesota DFL, they have not only Amy Klobuchar running for Senate, expected to win a 4th term, but you've got control of St. Paul. What's going to happen in both chambers? Because right now there is one open state Senate seat, and that could decide the balance of power if we're going to have another Democratic sweep and that trifecta that we had in the last 2 years. Democratic governor, Democratic legislature, of course the House and the Senate, or will Republicans be able to flip that and at least maintain some semblance of a check and balance, so to say? That means you could have gridlock or, as some proponents would say, compromise. It would force kind of people coming to the middle. That is not what we saw before this past term when we had Democrats sweeping kind of all of it. But you see, again, more people coming in, looking at what's going to happen throughout the rest of the country. All of it, of course, is going to permeate throughout the rest of the night. Also, the congressional delegation expected to be here a little later, of course, is Representative Ilhan Omar. She's expected to win a 4th term. And in the 2nd congressional district, Angie Craig, obviously that is a big one. And the 3rd congressional district, this is Kelly Morrison, the obstetrician from the West Metro, succeeding Dean Phillips, of course, who is not running because he had that wild card try to take on President Joe Biden while Biden was still in the race, but he no longer in that seat. So Dr. Kelly Morrison expected to win. So she should be here and is going to introduce herself now to the Minnesota constituency that she will soon represent. So we're going to continue to watch here. Now that the polls are closed, we'll wait for those projections and send it back to you, Frank and Amelia.
All right, Jonah. Thank you.
Of course, there's the other side of the story. Derek James is live in Bloomington, and we'll have more with him on our stream, where Republicans are feeling pretty confident about their ability to maybe win the House and Senate as well.
We'll be live on CBS News Minnesota from now until 10, and then our team coverage continues right here on WCCO News at 10. CBS News coverage continues next on TV, while local election coverage continues on our free streaming channel, CBS News Minnesota.
Now from WCCO, this is live election coverage as America decides.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to our streaming coverage on CBS News Minnesota. We're keeping an eye on local races. We're also keeping an eye, of course, on the big picture. These are the candidates in the 2nd district, but as you can see, we do not have any votes to report to you yet. There is some change this year with how absentee ballots are counted, and that is certainly slowing things down. So we can keep moving through these, and we'll show you the races that we're going to cover. Of course, the race for Senate as well between Amy Klobuchar and Royce White. And we're going to keep an eye and update things as soon as they come in. This, of course, is the race of most interest right now. And we don't have a percentage on how many votes are in, but as you can see from an initial count in Minnesota, it shows Donald Trump ahead of Kamala Harris at this juncture.
The presidential race definitely coming down to the battleground states, and we have Erin Hassanzadeh, who joins us right now because she is keeping an eye on things and some of the numbers that are out there. We have some early numbers that are coming in. Erin.
Yes. All right. Hi, Frank and Amelia. We want to take a closer look at some of the blue wall states. These are states that are considered crucial for Democrats. It's not that we have these numbers necessarily, but let's just talk a little bit about Wisconsin. 10 electoral votes up for grabs in the race to 270 that we're talking about. So a lot of attention on what's happening in our neighboring state. We have David Schuman live for us there. Trump won in 2016. Biden won in 2020. And we should note that either of those two won by about 20,000 votes. So it has been close in Wisconsin the last two cycles. We'll see what happens tonight. Then you got Pennsylvania. It's been getting a lot of attention. It's going to be critical tonight. We know we may have to wait for those results. Trump won in 2016. Biden won in 2020, and it carries 18 electoral votes, 19 electoral votes. And so a big race there. Then we want to take a look at Michigan. And so we don't have the latest numbers there. 15 electoral votes on the line. Polls closed at 8 there. Trump won in 2016, Biden in 2020. Now, the Trump win in 2016 in Michigan was significant, we should note. It came after almost 3 decades of the state supporting Democrats for president. And so will Trump be able to win this state back? 15 electoral votes on the line. With that, we should also note 5 presidents in U.S. history have won the presidency without winning the popular vote. Most recently to do so, Donald Trump in 2016. Hillary Clinton won the popular vote, but lost enough of these key states to lose that electoral college victory. Biden won both the popular vote and the electoral college in 2020. And with this expected to be such a tight race for the White House, we will be closely watching not just the blue wall, but all of those battleground states as we continue our coverage tonight. Frank and Amelia.
All right. Thank you, Erin.
Many Minnesota voters said they were upset about the Harris-Biden administration and their handling of the war in Gaza, and they started something called the uncommitted movement, and that was where they actually chose to vote for third-party candidates instead of voting for the incumbent.
Uba is at the uncommitted party in Minneapolis, and she joins us now, and it looks like you have some people behind you there, Uba.
That's right, Amelia and Frank. Some folks, eyes glued to the TV, watching those results, trickle in. Now, you mentioned this movement started weeks after the war in Gaza began. It began as an abandoned Biden campaign. Then it switched to the uncommitted movement, where a lot of organizers say they wanted to show the Democratic Party just what those voters wanted and how they wanted their values to be represented. That's where we saw nearly 46,000 Minnesotans check the uncommitted box during Super Tuesday. Then we saw Biden drop out, and then we had the Harris and Walz ticket. Then we had the uncommitted delegates from Minnesota head to the DNC, where they say they didn't hear anything to move the needle for them to endorse the Harris and Walz ticket, despite Governor Walz on that top of that ticket. Now, I spoke to Jelani Hussein, who was the co-founder of Abandon Biden, who now is also running and hoping to push the agenda of abandoning Harris and voting third party. Listen into what he thinks is going to take place.
We are seeing a changing shift due to the fact that the American Muslim community has shifted away from the Democratic Party on simply the grounds that genocide is not an acceptable form of foreign policy. And that will be reflected in this election, and that's what we're going to see.
That's Jelani Hussein. Many of the folks here behind me say that we're going to start to see those numbers come in, and they really do believe if Harris does win, she's going to win by a small percentage, just because of those voters who say they haven't seen what they needed to get to vote the Harris and Walz ticket. Frank and Amelia.
Uba, I've always been curious about this. What's the calculation and the risk on that? Because you look at 4 years of Trump and a prior administration, his closeness to Netanyahu, the things he did and the way he treated Israel. Aren't they afraid? Wouldn't they rather have a Harris administration dealing with Israel than a Trump administration dealing with Israel?
I think, and that's the nuance that a lot of people still don't understand, because when you look at the uncommitted delegates, some people say even though they don't believe Harris is picking a strong stance on putting pressure and wanting it to have that ceasefire, they still say they want to vote their values to show both parties that this simply is not what they want for the next 4 years.
Makes sense. All right. Thanks, Uba.
Of course, former President Donald Trump is hoping to return to the White House after being away for 4 years. Here's a look at those electoral college numbers. You need one of the candidates needs 270 to win. Donald Trump with 162. Kamala Harris with 62. Looks like it's going to be coming down to those battleground states. Bradley Blackburn is covering the Trump campaign. He is in West Palm Beach, Florida, and he joins us now. Hi there, Bradley.
Amelia, Frank, good to be with you. Yes, as these results have come in tonight, there have been some big cheers here at Trump headquarters as they've seen more red states go up on the board there. But we know that tonight former President Trump himself is laser focused on Pennsylvania, one of those key battleground states. He dialed into a Philadelphia radio station and tried to urge supporters to get out to the polls before they closed, telling them that Pennsylvania is the key to a victory. We also know that he's posting on Truth Social telling anybody who's still waiting in line in Pennsylvania and some of these other battlegrounds to stay there until they can cast their ballots. It's a sign of just how close things are. Former President Trump himself, guys, cast his ballot here in Palm Beach earlier today. He spoke to reporters afterwards and said that he was expecting a big win tonight. But at the same time, he also raised questions about the fairness of this election, saying he'd be the first to accept a fair election. But then he's raised questions about possible cheating, alleged cheating in Philadelphia. That's what he claimed on Truth Social without presenting any evidence for that. So those are some of the issues that are swirling in this room and around this campaign right now. We know that former President Trump is watching the results at his home, his estate in Mar-a-Lago. He's surrounded there by some of his core supporters, including billionaire Elon Musk. And it's fitting that the night should wrap up at Mar-a-Lago and here in Palm Beach. This is where he started this race, guys, 721 days ago, nearly 2 years ago. It's been a long road, intense in these last few months. And the former president knows that whatever happens tonight, this is almost certainly his final campaign.
All right. Bradley Blackburn from West Palm Beach, Florida. Thank you.
Thanks, Bradley.
We have more to come here on our coverage on WCCO. We want to look at the presidential number here, the electoral votes. We have 13% of the votes in right now. We have Kamala Harris. This is in Wisconsin. Of course, there are 10 electoral votes there. Now, you may remember, Aaron was talking about this before, Trump won in 2016 and Joe Biden won back in 2020, and they both won about 20,000 by 20,000 votes each time.
They were close. This is the big Senate race. Tammy Baldwin is the incumbent. She's ahead of Eric Hovde right now with 13% of the votes in Wisconsin. We'll be right back. Welcome back to our live election coverage.
All during this election season, we have been checking in with voters to see what is on their minds. And Reg Chapman had spent the day in North Minneapolis. He joins us now. He's in the newsroom. Hi there, Reg.
Hey, Amelia, we spent the day talking to people on both sides of the river about what issue or issues drove them to the polls. In North Minneapolis, we spoke with Barber Tito Wilson, who says some of his clients told him they were not going to vote. They claim neither party has done anything to help them or their families, while others say they couldn't wait for the polls to open to exercise their right to vote. They say crime, the economy, and access to the American dream made them vote. In St. Paul's Rondo neighborhood, we went into the Truth Center and spoke with some folks about what inspired them to vote. Many of the young people who come here have felonies or have immigrated from another country. All say they were compelled to vote. Some say they wanted to be a part of the process. Others say they want to be a part of the democratic process.
Finally, they have a chance to let their voice be heard and, not be ruled out because of a mistake that they made and, be treated like they wasn't, part of this country because they made a mistake, and they just felt like they're finally happy to have that ability to.
We wanted to have better opportunities for the Latino community. That's the main concern.
Now, everyone we spoke to is very enthusiastic. They all say they're encouraging others to make sure they get out and exercise their right to vote.
All right, Reg. Thank you.
Well, as you can imagine, young voters are concerned about their future. Adam Duxter is live at the University of Minnesota. What are you hearing tonight, Adam?
Yeah, Frank, in many ways, this is the Gen Z election. 41 million Americans that are Gen Z voters eligible to vote this go-around. There are tens of thousands of them right here at the U, nearly 50,000 in total. And they've got a reputation of sorts to uphold because Minnesota's youth voter turnout has been really strong, both in 2020 and in 2022. And with the Row the Vote program here in the U of M's campus, they're trying to make sure that stays the case this election. They've spent months going through classrooms and getting students to make a plan to vote. And what we saw today was a lot of students voting for the very first time. Some of them as young as 18 years old. Keep in mind, that means they were born in 2006. They've only even been alive to witness a couple of elections that they can remember. Still, the voters we talked to that were young, they were still very plugged in, telling us they're voting today on the issue of abortion rights, immigration, foreign conflict, the economy, even student loans, all in mind. And we spoke to the coordinator of that Row the Vote program who said Gen Z voters really just want to feel seen more than anything.
I think the most important thing for Gen Z voters is feeling seen and feeling heard and feeling like our leaders are actually taking how we feel into account. I think kind of the narrative around Gen Z voters, or maybe Gen Z in general, is that we feel almost abandoned by not any political party per se, but by the political system in general. You have a whole demographic of voters who were raised in a climate crisis, who were raised with violence in schools, mass shootings. So I think regardless of party, you have these issues that kind of unify us as a generation.
And while many of the issues that young voters are voting on are the same as maybe voters who are a bit older, I can tell you that the way that they were preparing for this election might be much different. Many of the first-time voters I talked to say they were studying up on both candidates by watching TikToks and Instagram Reels to try and kind of piece together their voting plan, so to speak. But again, on the line here at the U of M today, not just the election, but also the Democracy Cup. The U of M's won that the last 2 elections for having the highest voter turnout for young voters. They're hoping to win that again. Still a just very strong showing from the students at the U today. So many young voters ready and eager to make their voices heard.
Row the vote. All right, Adam, thanks for the update. We appreciate it.
We now are going to take a look again at the presidential race, the road to 270. We have the latest numbers from the Electoral College. The latest, we have 162 Donald Trump, 81 for Harris. Want to go now to Esme Murphy and our political analyst to get a little bit of insight on what's going on across the state and nationally.
All right, well, I can tell you this, Amelia, what's going on across the state is that there is a big holdup in Minnesota. We were expecting this All the results in Minnesota were expected to come in late tonight, probably, I was told, an hour and a half to 2 hours after the polls close. We hope it won't be that bad, but we do have some numbers from Wisconsin. Want to talk about those with Amy Koch, Republican analyst, Abu Amara, a Democrat. First of all, the presidential race. This is just with a certain percentage of the vote in, just 18% of the vote in. What jumps out to you, Abu, about these numbers?
Well, traditionally in Wisconsin, the numbers come out of kind of the main pockets. So Waukesha County sometimes comes in early, sometimes late. Milwaukee, Madison, Green Bay, kind of the regional centers. That's a number where she wants to be at and hold, because I don't think Donald Trump's going to grow as those numbers come in enough to capture that 51%.
All right, if we can go back to that slide there just to show the results in the presidential race so far with just 18% in. Amy, your thoughts about that?
Yeah, well, again, it depends on where, it's so early and it depends on where those votes are coming from. Now at 23%, she's at 53 to 45.
Yeah.
But again, if that's Milwaukee, if that's Madison, then I'm not concerned about those numbers. There's a lot of ground to cover yet in Wisconsin.
And let's keep this up here, because one of the things that we found 4 years ago is that the votes came in early for Donald Trump, and it didn't flip. Remember, Joe Biden won Wisconsin famously by about 20,000 votes in 2020, just 11,000 in 2016. But it didn't flip until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. So Wisconsin, you're late too, I guess.
Exactly, and that's what I mean by this number. This number is good for Kamala Harris because, as you said, Donald Trump gets Waukesha County and some of these other areas of the state and keeps it close. If Kamala can get this number to 53, 54, 55, as the rural parts of the state come in, she can still maintain that majority.
All right, let's go to the Senate numbers that we have. I know this is still very, very early, but we want to go to those numbers now. The race is between Tammy Baldwin and Eric Hovde. This is early votes in, 21% of the vote in. Tammy Baldwin looking fairly strong here. Eric Hovde, this has been a very bitter race. And Tammy Baldwin has been in Wisconsin politics for 30 years now, almost 25 years. Everybody has known that she is gay, and yet Eric Hovde seems to have taken every point he could to remind people that she is gay. What is going on there, Abu?
Look, I clearly think there was an impact. I think Hovde was desperate, and so he spent millions of dollars trying to gin up his base, and I think there's a backlash, particularly in parts of Dane County and Milwaukee County. You know, it's one thing to vote Democrat, Republican against Hovde for attacking her sexual orientation.
Right.
I mean, I'm from Madison, Wisconsin. I grew up there. I know this. If you're going to talk about one thing in Dane County, that is not it. That's an issue that's going to galvanize hundreds of thousands of voters against you.
All right. And this is an important Senate race because the Senate is up for grabs. The U.S. Senate is up for grabs. It looks like, I mean, if these numbers hold up, and granted it's very, very early, she was favored to win, but not by much.
No, not by much. And what also will be interesting is how closely this race tracks with the presidential race.
Exactly.
We are seeing in certain states now some breaking where Donald Trump is outperforming some of the statewide candidates in certain states by a fair margin. So in Wisconsin, will Donald Trump outperform Hovde? Will there be more all politics is local, but with Trump outperforming?
All right. And for those of you out there, we are following the U.S. Senate race between Royce White and Amy Klobuchar. But again, this is one of the problems that we're having here is because those results are coming in so slowly into the Secretary of State's office and we can't get them out to you. That is why we still don't know. Amy Klobuchar is expected to win handily here.
Right. But Minnesota's right now at 1% of the vote or less reporting in. So we got a bit of a night ahead of us.
All right. Well, back to you, Frank and Amelia in the main studio.
All right. Thank you much, Esme.
Yeah, we only have 1 minute before we need to take a break. We want to try to bring Pat Kessler in here. Pat, we'll chat with you a little bit more later, but some analysis when you see some of these numbers initially?
Yeah, it's what we expected. The red states are going red. There's a lot of them coming. There are a couple of warning signs for Kamala Harris, including in Virginia and North Carolina. Trump is leading in both of those places. If Trump wins in North Carolina, it's a prize that Kamala Harris wanted badly. If he wins there and then, of course, wins in Virginia, Kamala Harris is going to have to run the table, win the blue states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. It's absolutely possible, but it's a very difficult task.
All right. Thank you, Pat. And thank you for joining us. We're going to be back with more election coverage after this.
Now from WCCO, this is live election coverage as America decides.
Hello again, and thanks for continuing to watch our CCO election coverage.
The polls have been closed for almost an hour now. We want to take a look at some of the early results if we have them in. We know that they're going to take a little bit longer here. Minnesota with 1% of the vote in. You can see the numbers there with Kamala Harris, 36.8%, and Donald Trump, 61.9%.
Here's a look at the Senate race. Again, Klobuchar versus White, but very little to go with 1% in right now.
And of course, the 2nd Congressional District, another closely watched race. Incumbent Angie Craig against Joe Tayrob.
We want to give you the Wisconsin numbers right now and give you an idea of what's happening over there. There are 31% of the vote in, and Harris has a slight lead over Donald Trump with 31% in right now.
We are hearing that there actually are long lines at a polling place in Menominee, Wisconsin tonight. The city is home to University of Wisconsin Stout. Students who got in line before the polls close at 8 are apparently facing a long wait now. We have a crew on the way, and we will update the story in our news at 10. Minnesota political parties are watching the results come in.
Our Derek James is live at the Bloomington for the Republican Watch Party. Derek?
Hi, Frank and Amelia. Just minutes ago, the first guest of the evening was brought in, Congressman Tom Emmer. He was on all of the big screens here behind me as he joined live via Zoom, and one of the first things he did was criticize the media's projection that Senator Amy Klobuchar, will win her race against Royce White with only 1% of the vote in. He then said that the Minnesota House races look good and said that he feels that Donald Trump could turn Minnesota red tonight, and of course that got the loudest cheers of the evening so far. Now let's go to DFL headquarters in St. Paul with my colleague Jonah Kaplan.
Yeah, Derek, right behind me you just have our first guest now. This is St. Paul Mayor Melvin Carter, and you can kind of feel the energy if we're looking for vibes to kind of read the state of the race. A lot of people here saying this isn't 2016, at least not yet, but it's also not 2020, at least not yet. There's cautious optimism, and they're waiting for some of those projections. Amy Klobuchar seeking her 4th term as senator from Minnesota, and of course, we're waiting to see about those congressional races, especially Angie Craig in that 2nd Congressional District, but also Kelly Morrison. Will she succeed Dean Phillips in the 3rd Congressional District? A lot to wait and see here as the night progresses.
News Minnesota from now until 10 p.m. and then our team coverage will begin with WCCO News at 10. And of course, we'll continue with CBS News coverage on TV right now.
Welcome back to election coverage here on CBS News Minnesota.
Let's give you the big picture of the presidential race. To start things out, we'll take a look at the Electoral College map. Of course, 270 is the number needed to win, and this is CBS projection right now with a long way to go through the evening. Kamala Harris with 81 electoral votes and the former President Donald Trump with 162.
Caroline Cummings is at the Harris campaign headquarters there in Washington, D.C., and she joins us now. Are you hearing anything there, the feeling there, the mood, Caroline?
Well, good evening to you, Amelia and Frank. So there's been a lot of excitement earlier. There was, music playing, people dancing. There's been people kind of coming in and out as part of the speaking program. But within the last about half an hour, they have kind of fixed their eyes on the screen as there's a projection of some results as they're coming in on a network television program. So they're watching closely what's going on here. People are hooked to see what happens here. And I will say that the campaign has really put a lot of their stock in younger voters. They feel good about that, and so they will be watching closely what college voters look like in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, these key battleground states. Of course, we are at Howard University, which is the alma mater of Vice President Harris, and it is emblematic of that confidence in the younger college voters. Talking about some long lines they had seen at polling places in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, of course, next door to Minnesota. So that's what the campaign will be closely monitoring here in the coming hours. And we should expect Vice President Harris sometime later tonight. The closer it is, the later it will probably be. And in that case, we might not see the governor, but we will just keep you updated throughout the evening. But for now, everybody is watching very closely as these results come in across the nation. Frank and Amelia.
Yeah, we're doing the same thing. Is it warm there outside?
It is warm there. Remember, Frank, I'm from the area originally, so I'm used to weather like this in the fall, but I honestly forgot what it was like. So, yes, no coats in sight, at least for me, because I have lived in Minnesota long enough.
Well, no one behind you has a coat on. I mean, I wondered. It must be pretty mild. So
enjoy it, Caroline.
I know, but for the DC people, this is cold.
Yeah.
It's not like Minnesotans.
All right, thank you, Caroline. We want to take a look at Minnesota's 2nd congressional district. Jennifer Mealy is there. Angie Craig trying to hold on to her seat in Congress there for her 4th term. Jennifer Mealy joins us now from her party in Eagan. Hi there, Jen.
Hi, Amelia. Hi, Frank. Well, there is a lot of energy in this room. There's a lot of buzz. But these folks tell me they are waiting to start cheering. They're waiting for those results to come in, and they believe that they will be cheering for their candidate, Congresswoman Angie Craig. Now, I just spoke to a man who said he moved into the district shortly before her first run for Congress. He has voted for her every time, and again for this 4th term. Said, he believes that she really works on behalf of all constituents and called her pragmatic, and said she works across the aisle, and that's why he continues to vote for her. He also said his #1 issue is a woman's right to choose, and that is one of the top reasons why he again voted for Angie Craig. He's here with a shirt on, supporting her, as a few people are here, and they said that they're excited about where this can go. They know that this is a tight race, and this is a competitive race, but they feel that Angie Craig has done the work. She has shown what she can do in Congress and has continued to do that through this campaign. Now, earlier today, we heard from Angie Craig, who said she slept well. She woke up calm this morning, and it's because they have done the work in this campaign, she said, but also they have proven to Minnesotans in the 2nd congressional district that she will work for them and on behalf of them, and that she believes the work that she's done over the last few years has shown that. Oh, we're getting those cheers now, where some of the results are coming in as we are here, and very early, it is looking good. According to the folks who are cheering behind me, it is looking good for their candidate. Now, Angie Craig also said that her team and her supporters, volunteers, door knocked more than they ever have before for any campaign, over 200,000 door knocks, and they met some undecided voters. Still, they were out there today trying to sway those voters for their camp. Folks here, again, excited and hope that their candidate comes away with the win and is elected to a 4th term here tonight. We do expect to hear from Angie Craig, and of course we'll be keeping an eye on all of this for you live from Eagan. Frank, Amelia.
Thank you, Jen.
Joe Tayrab has other ideas. He'd like Angie Craig's job in Congress. She's a Marine, a former Marine and prosecutor. Kirsten Mitchell's live at his party in Lakeville. Are they doing okay, Kirsten? I know the early numbers are not going his way, but it's very early.
Yeah, it is very early, so the energy here is still very high. People are optimistic, and I'll show you the room right now. It is packed right now with folks chatting, mingling amongst themselves. They had food here. There's a bar. Everyone kind of hanging out as Joe Tairab makes his rounds around the room. We're also seeing a lot of Make America Great Again merchandise with hats and shirts, and people are really glued to the screen, also paying close attention to that presidential race. So we are seeing some cheers when Donald Trump appears to be ahead in some states. So that's kind of the situation right now. But again, we don't have a lot of results here from this particular district. This is, of course, as we have been reporting, a very closely watched race, a district that is pretty split evenly between Democrats and Republicans. And Joe Tairab's campaign, he is really trying to say he is a candidate of change. So voters had a choice between the status quo or change. And if he does win tonight, he would be that first Republican to switch the district since 2016. And he is feeling confident that he could do that. His main issues he has been campaigning on have been inflation and the economy, also immigration. And we were out talking to some suburban voters today, and we heard similar issues that they were passionate about, being the cost of living, but also abortion. So we'll see in this very close race which issues really rang true to each voter. And again, it really is too early tonight to know what will happen here, but there is still a lot of optimism and excitement. We are hopefully going to hear from Joe Tairab here some point in the rest of the evening as we get those results coming in. But for now, I'll send it back to you.
All right, yeah, a long way to go. Kirsten Mitchell, thank you.
And we'll have more results ahead in a few moments from WCCO on CBS News Minnesota.
back to our continuing election coverage.
The Minnesota GOP party is hoping to win seats in Congress and at the Capitol. We have WCCO's Derek James, who's in Bloomington at the GOP headquarters. Derek, how is the mood there? It looks like you have a pretty big crowd behind you.
Yeah, we've seen the crowd, Amelia, get larger and larger, especially over about the last 30 to 45 minutes. And in the last 20 minutes or so, they've started to have some speakers join via technology on Zoom on the big screens that are behind me. And you can see folks are just kind of milling around now. And from time to time, they have a guest speaker that'll pop up on the screen. Most recently, just ending a few minutes ago, Congressman Pete Stauber thanking everyone for their passion and that they were a big part of getting out the vote early, which is something that obviously is not common for the GOP. And talking to some of the people here, they've said that the economy and immigration are the biggest issues. And they're, of course, watching the race for president. We've seen a lot of the red Make America Great Again hats. We've seen some T-shirts as well. And they're also selling some of that merch here as well. There's a hope that the Minnesota House will be flipped and that the DFL trifecta control will end tonight. They're also watching Wisconsin very closely to see if there's anything they can glean from results there, as the vote count is so low right now here in the state of Minnesota. From GOP headquarters, I'm Derek James. Back to you.
Thank you, David.
Let's hop the border now to Menominee, Wisconsin. That's where David Schuman is. David, what's going on there right now? David, are you with us in Menominee?
We don't have David Schuman, so you know what? Why don't we look at the presidential race, the presidential election? I know that Erin Hassanza has been keeping an eye on things and talking about the battleground states, and she has a closer look at that race, and she joins us now. Hi there, Erin.
Hi there. Yeah, hopefully we can pull up the map, the road to 270, if you will, that we're watching so closely in what is expected to be a really tight race for the White House. So there it is, 270 to win. And the Vice President, Kamala Harris, with 91 electoral votes. The former President, Donald Trump, with 178. And I have to tell you guys, I've been listening to CBS News. You have Norah O'Donnell and her whole team, and they've been looking closer at some of the key battleground states to see what's going on. As expected, larger rural areas reporting mostly Republican, and they're waiting for some of those Democratic city centers to start reporting. So we'll see how those numbers will change. Let's go through what is known sort of as the blue wall, places where the vice president needs to do well to have a chance here. You've got Wisconsin with 39% of the vote in now, 10 electoral votes up for grabs, and you see the former president with a slight edge here at 50% to Kamala Harris's 48%. That state has been tight the last few cycles. Then you go to Pennsylvania, extremely critical for either side. Half the vote in, 50% reporting now. Again, the former President Donald Trump with a slight edge here at just over 50%. But we will be watching this closely. We know that Michigan, it has gone back and forth, and we've got Harris with a slight edge, 17% of the vote in, Harris with 51% of those votes, 15 electoral votes on the line there. So we'll be watching closely. We know the polls recently closed in Nevada just about 15 minutes ago. That is another battleground state. So we'll see how the vice president and the former president fare in those immensely critical states that could decide this presidential outcome. Back to you.
Thank you, Erin.
Yeah.
Now we have David Schuman, who is in Wisconsin and Menominee. David, are you there? Oh, good, you're there. We understand.
Yeah, sorry about those technical difficulties, Amelia.
That's
Hi,
okay,
we
it's
are
live
here
TV.
in Menominee, Wisconsin, on the campus of UW Stout. And I just want to show you, this is after polls close, obviously. It's been more than an hour. This is democracy in action, right? All of these people were here by 8 o'clock waiting to vote, and the reason that they're still here, it's taking so long because these are all first-time voters. They have to register to vote. These are students here on campus, and I've been told from the students that have finished voting, the elections officials, that the attitude and the fun has been very positive here. There were line dances. People are making a very good time out of this, and I met two of the students. They're 18 years old. I'm going to bring them in here. We got Bianca and Emily. How are you guys?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
I'm pretty.
Bianca's actually from Bloomington.
Yes, I'm from, yeah.
So you guys are first-time voters today. You registered. How did that feel? What was this process like for the first time?
It feels very liberating, and I just feel like an adult. And I don't know, I care about democracy, and I think it's my right. It was a breath of fresh air, like to finally be able to do it, because I've been waiting for this opportunity for so long, especially since I have a late birthday. So I'm just really excited. I've been really excited the whole time.
It's got to be so encouraging to see all your classmates out here doing the same thing, right? Like, this is what it's all about.
Totally. It's so encouraging because I like to see everyone coming out and voting. I don't care who you vote for. It's just good to get your voice out. In good spirits, too. It's really fun. Like, everyone's just dancing or having fun or, like, playing games or just, like, doing something. You know, I love it.
Well, congratulations on the first time voting. Many more elections to come, right?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, elections officials here told me they've had about 900 people come through today and vote, and it's really been an effort, they said, over the last few years to get out the vote for students on campus. Exciting to see. Obviously, you can hear the music is here, and as the girls were saying, it's a little bit of a party atmosphere. So we'll be here for as long as this line is here, and we'll see you again soon.
Yeah, amazing. You got to respect their desire to vote for sure. All right. Thank you, David. Let's get to St. Paul. That is DFL party headquarters in Minnesota, and Jonah Kaplan is there live. Jonah, what's going on? I was with the mayor.
Frank and Amelia, you can hear, Frank and Amelia, you can hear a lot of people already in here, kind of hundreds as some of the candidates start to speak, but I found not a candidate tonight, but Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey. Tell us about, what it's like for a candidate behind the scenes watching this.
Well, as a candidate, I think very much like the rest of us, you're very concerned about the outcome. You have a clear vision for where you want to bring the city, or in this case, the country, and you're just hoping that the rest of the voters will match that kind of mentality. And in this case right now, I think you've got a whole lot of people that are rallying around a common cause. And normally, as you lead into a presidential campaign, that common cause is purely policy-based. It's making sure we've got a women's right to choose and affordable health care, making sure that we're working on climate change and making sure we have affordable health care. And in this case, yes, we care deeply about all of those policies, and simultaneously, we care about the endurance of our republic. Because you've got a candidate who is out there actively saying that he could, ignore the results of an election, that he's not going to abide by a peaceful transition of power. And in some cases, he's not just saying that, he has done that. And so, of course, there's deep concerns. I'm sure that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are feeling that, the gravity of the situation as well. And I think right now we're, to use Angie Craig's term, we're nauseously optimistic.
That's a term I've heard a lot, not cautiously, nauseously optimistic. Tell us about maybe what kind of conversations have you had with the governor? What's it been like for you as a mayor of, obviously a major Minnesotan city to see the Minnesota governor on the presidential campaign trail?
Well, it's incredible. You've got candidates out there where they spend millions and millions of dollars to make them seem like they're a teacher or a coach. And that's just who Tim Walz is. He's got this kind of mentality that brings people along with a beautiful message. He makes you feel good about fighting for progress and freedom and the American dream. And I think that's something that is resonating with a lot of people from all across the country. So it is a bit surreal to see, the person that I've worked with constantly around local issues in Minneapolis now take in a national and even international potential role here. But I think everybody's really excited about it.
We've got a long night to go, but you just talked about local policies, local elections. This is the big one every 4 years. But, a mayoral race also happens every 4 years, but not this one. How do you, as a local politician, get the kind of engagement from your constituents when usually maybe they only turn this on, their political, TV on every 4 years, the even years though?
Well, we're mayors. You don't just get engagement in an election year. You don't just get engagement through a poll or some sort of community engagement session. I walk out on the sidewalk, and within about 5 seconds, I'm getting engagement. People are telling me good, bad, ugly, how they feel about a particular situation, and so the engagement is near constant. I love the job as mayor because you can go hand in hand on some of the world's toughest issues that other levels of government at times don't want to touch with a 20-foot pole. We deal with, we handle, and you get to go hand in hand with the community. It's hard at times. It's controversial nearly always. but it's a beautiful thing.
All right, well, Mayor Fry, appreciate it. I'm sure we'll be talking to you again throughout the night.
Yes.
And Frank Amelia, again, you're going to have a lot coming in, and we're still awaiting, of course, Senator Klobuchar, some of the other members of the congressional delegation. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Jonah.
CBS News is projecting now the state of Ohio. We'll pull that up on the screen with 77% in. CBS News projects that Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio.
We're going to bring in Pat Kessler now. What do you make of all this, what's happening right now?
You know, not unexpected, but it is a blow. I think that the Harris campaign was trying to do a lot of work in Ohio, and the margin of Trump's victory so far as we see it, as I'm looking at some of the numbers here, is that Sherrod Brown, the U.S. senator there, he is in some trouble. Sherrod Brown is the incumbent senator. Republicans are trying to flip that seat. And as I'm looking here, Bernie Moreno, the Republican, is at 51% to Sherrod Brown's 45%. So he might lose that. The Republicans have already picked up one U.S. Senate seat in West Virginia. This would be the second if it turns out to be this way. So Ohio is very, very important in that way as well.
Oh, yeah, sure. And I'm sorry.
I would say it's interesting because Ohio was considered really a swing state, essentially.
It was at one point, and now it is so deep red they can't, it's all red now.
All right. Thank you, Pat. We'll be back with more election coverage after this.
Now from WCCO, this is live election coverage as America decides.
Race results are coming in from across the country and state.
Let's take a look at some of the latest numbers that we have. We'll take a look at the Minnesota presidential numbers to get you started off. With 3% only of the vote counted right now, former President Donald Trump has a big lead, only 3% in right now.
And we're going to look at Minnesota's U.S. Senate seat as Democrat Amy Klobuchar seeking her 4th term with 3% of the vote in there. She is Royce Wright, the Republican opponent. She has 46% of the vote. He has 51.5%. This is, of course, with 3% of the vote in right now.
This is the congressional race in the 2nd district. We'll keep moving quickly because we have so few votes in, 5% right now. Angie Craig, the incumbent, ahead at this point. Of course, the big picture is the Electoral College. You need 270 votes to win the election, and the Wisconsin vote is 47% in. This is what's happening in Wisconsin, an extraordinarily close vote with about half the percentage in at this moment right now. Also, something interesting in Wisconsin, we're seeing these long lines. This is a polling place in Menominee, Wisconsin. Menominee is home to the University of Wisconsin Stout. As you can see, there are hundreds of people, a lot of them students, that are still waiting to cast a ballot there. Our David Schumann is live with the latest. It is a breakout in Menominee tonight.
Frank, it's about an hour and a half past polls close, and this is the line that we're still looking at. The elections officials here, they expect it's going to take about another hour to get everyone to vote. And the reason that these people are all still in line, they're mostly students, and they are registering to vote for the first time. And every time someone votes for the first time, they ring the bell. The attitude here is very positive. People are excited and enthusiastic. They're playing music. We heard Backstreet Boys before. We've heard about line dancing breaking out in the line. So, you know, the vibes are high here, as the kids here might like to say. And we spoke to some students earlier. I believe we have a clip of what they said just about how exciting it is to be able to have this opportunity. All right, well, I guess we don't have that, but the elections officials tell me that they have about 900 voters coming through here today. And then after this line finishes up, it'll take about another hour to process the absentee votes. And this was a distinct effort on their part, they said, the last 3 years to encourage the students to come here, register, get out the vote. And you can see it is absolutely working.
Yeah,
all right,
it
we'd
worked.
like to see that.
Yeah, no kidding. That's
Thank
amazing.
You. We're going to be live on CBS News Minnesota from now until 10 p.m. and then our team coverage continues right here on WCCO News at 10.
And streaming, we will have local election coverage on CBS News Minnesota.
Now from WCCO, this is live election coverage as America decides.
Welcome back. We were going to go to Washington, D.C. and take a look at the Harris-Walz party that is going on there. As you know, that's at Howard University. Tim Walz's political career began in Mankato. John Lordson is there right now at a watch party. He joins us. Hi there, John.
Hi, Amelia. Yeah, I'm live here at the venue in Mankato. It's called. It's a DFL election night party. As you mentioned, they're supporting DFL candidates throughout southern Minnesota. And, of course, they're supporting Governor Walz in his bid to become VP. Now, before he became Kamala Harris's running mate, Walz taught and coached football at Mankato West High School and also launched his political career by running for Congress in this area. Some of the people we talked with tonight had him as a teacher in school, and that's one of many many reasons why they felt the need to be here to show their support this evening.
He, to me, represents something that is kind of missing in a lot of politics, which is just a really good, genuine, real person who just lives a regular life and is a regular guy.
Deepak Chopra has said that you can't change an outcome, you can only do what gets you to that point. I feel good about right now. Tomorrow, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, Wall supporters nervous this evening. This party will go till close to midnight tonight. Now, coming up tonight at 10 o'clock, Amelia, a little more from some of the people here that had him, Governor Walz, that is, as a teacher, as a coach. You saw some guys wearing their jerseys when they won state with Governor Walz as their football coach at Mankato West years and years ago. So we'll hear from some more of them tonight at 10 o'clock.
All right. Can't wait for that, John. Thank you.
Right now, if you take a look at the CBS projections, the race to 270 electoral votes, it's Kamala Harris with 91 and Donald Trump with 195. Esme, I'm sure our political analysts have some thoughts on all this and more tonight.
Oh, they certainly do, Frank. I'm here with Democrat Abu Amara and Republican Amy Koch, and a lot of wondering here about the Walls, Tim Walz and the blue walls. Sorry, folks. Basically, the blue wall, we still don't know. We still don't even really have a hint of whether it's going to hold for Kamala Harris, and it looks a little shaky. I mean, is that fair to say?
Look, I think Democrats, you know, we hoped we would maybe pick off a state in the South, right, whether it be Georgia or North Carolina. That's not looking like it's going to be the case. So now we turn to the blue wall. The numbers we're seeing out of Michigan and Wisconsin look promising. Pennsylvania, not so much, right? We may not know Pennsylvania for the next couple of days. We were hoping we'd be up 1 or 2 points, and so as we went into tomorrow or Thursday, it might be able to be enough. Right now, we don't know.
All right, and certainly the polls were right. This is about as close as it possibly can be.
I mean, that is what we're seeing, right? Currently, Donald Trump is up in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, if we're talking about the blue wall, with Vice President Harris up in Michigan. But all of it within a point or two. A little more in Pennsylvania.
Right there, 0.5.
There we go. But just, just barely, right?
And sort of, I feel like we're still early in the night. We're still sort of where we started with everything up in the air. But the impact of Tim Walz, obviously he could be vice president, elect, in a few days. He may be coming back to the governor's residence in St. Paul, or else I guess he's not in the governor's residence yet. They're still redoing that. He'll have to go back to East Cliff if he does. I mean, what do you see here, the impact of the Tim Walz candidacy?
So where he is needed is in this blue wall. So this is kind of the test, right? Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. The idea was that Tim Walz outperforms Democrats in the range in Minnesota, so which a similar area are those states. So can those be brought in or held by the Democrats? That is right now too much to be seen, but that's going to be kind of the Walz play in this race.
Because until not so long ago, he represented a very rural district in the state of Minnesota, that first congressional district. What do you think in terms of, is he going to be able to hold or help hold the blue wall?
Yeah, so his job was not to win the race in the blue wall. His job was to make sure that there was an entry point for a lot of rural voters, middle-aged men, maybe for individuals without college degrees. I think he's going to be able to do that, but that doesn't change the fundamental dynamic. This is going to be a razor-thin race. Tim Walz's theory of his campaign was, can you help in these 3 states? And I believe so far he has.
And wasn't Tim Walz really brought in here to be the guy, the macho guy? I mean, maybe this will come down to be the election about the man, and the male vote in the end. But Tim Walz is supposed to shore that up for Kamala Harris, where she has a significant gender gap throughout the country.
That remains. Is it going to be the Walz wall? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. Yeah, and again, we may look at this as the man race. Not
and remember, the gender gap goes both ways, right? So Democrats have a big gender gap with women, but also we're losing a gender gap with men, and hopefully Tim Walz can help narrow that gap. We don't have to win, but we can't lose by 15 or 20 points. Maybe we lose by 8 or 9 points. That's the role that Tim Walz plays in this campaign.
All right. Well, back to you, Amy and Amelia. It looks like it's going to be a long night.
All right. Certainly does, Esme. Thank you. We're going to go now to Jonah Kaplan, who is at DFL headquarters. Jonah, are you there?
Hi, guys. Yes, we are here right here in the DFL watch party, and I've got Keenan here, is a former student of Governor Walz, traveling to St. Paul from St. Louis, Missouri. What's it like for you? First of all, what brought you now back to Minnesota?
I think just the connection that I have with Mankato West, where I went to high school, and my classmates, and then our teachers and coaches, guys like Tim and Gwen, that really made it a special time for us, and just to be able to support them in any way we can.
Again, Keenan Robbins, originally from Mankato. You lived across the street, but you were a track student, well, not a student, but you're a track athlete for Governor Walz. And have you always kept in touch? What was it like for the last 6 months?
I mean, we lived across the street from each other, so, if somebody's having like a gathering, I was there, he was there. It's been kind of surreal to see somebody who you've seen like take out their trash 100 times. We've passed each other on the bike path running 100 times, and to see him, at this level is pretty surreal. That's the most appropriate word, I think.
You live in Missouri, not a swing state, but certainly, look, a lot of typical Republican voters in Missouri. What did you tell your new community there about Governor Walz?
I just told him he's the real deal. I told all the people in Missouri that I didn't push it, but if it came up, I said, I know him. What you see is what you get. He's totally genuine. He's a real deal. I think there's a lot of dissatisfaction with sort of your typical politician, your careerist, self-interested politician, and Tim is not like that. Tim is somebody who's been working for other people his entire life.
Once a teacher, always your teacher. What have you learned from him now as you've watched him on the campaign trail?
I think just the ability to think outside of yourself and to sort of give yourself to a greater cause has been really, really inspiring for me to see from him.
And what do you think you'll take those lessons? How will you apply those lessons to the future?
I think maybe put myself out there more and try to have bigger aspirations. I think when he was a junior geography teacher in Mankato, Minnesota, like who would have ever thought he was going to be a congressman or a governor or a vice president? Those two things don't seem to match up, but I think, why not? I think it makes sense for somebody who's, been a public servant his entire life, really, whether it's the National Guard, teaching, coaching. I think it makes sense for somebody like that to be in public office as opposed to, again, a career politician, a lawyer, that sort of person. So I think making that jump and being a public servant at a higher level.
If he's elected, how soon will you ask him for a visit to D.C.?
I mean, I'll try to back off and let him get settled a little bit, but maybe not for a while.
Maybe watch some football or play some football in the Rose Garden?
Or go for a run, yeah. Just take a spin around D.C.
All right, Keenan, thank you very much. And you said a lot of them here, and so you're seeing there's actually a special room for Governor Walz's family and friends. A lot of energy going on here. It's fascinating to meet some of these folks. We'll send it back to you.
All right. Thank you, Jonah.
Congressman Angie Craig is speaking. Let's go live to her campaign headquarters and hear what she has to say.
Charlotte, for giving me that moment of love, baby love, baby love. Wow, I want to say thank you to everybody for coming out this evening. It is going to be another long night in Minnesota's 2nd Congressional District, it looks like. But I am so grateful for all of you. I'm feeling optimistic. How are you feeling tonight? And I just want to tell you, look at all of you. You are amazing. I don't get to give election night win speeches because the results come in so damn late every single election cycle. But I wanted to make sure that I joined you this evening to tell you what was on my mind. So thank you for coming out to Baldwin tonight. I want to start just by saying thank you to my amazing Angie Craig for Congress staff. Knocked more doors and made more phone calls than any other election cycle I have ever run in. So thank you. And speaking of those volunteers, over 1,500 volunteers knocked over 200,000 doors. absolute rock. To our 4 sons, our 3 grandsons, they get named now, not the sons. So to Noah and to Wyatt and to Levi, I love you all. And also, special shout out for our son Jonas, who is here tonight. Where are you, Jonas? I don't even know where you are. Where are you? Oh, he's standing over on the side, way over here. Just look for the guy with the big bushy beard. That's Jonas. This has been truly an extraordinary election season, both for this campaign and in races up and down the ballot. And folks, it's going to be a long night in our race as those results trickle in, and it's going to be a long night for our Vice President, Kamala Harris, and our Governor, Tim Walz. Everybody breathe, take a deep breath. The results so far are coming in exactly as expected, so just take a big deep breath. Tonight, I'm here on...
Only about 8% of the vote, so not a victory speech, just a thank you to my volunteers.
A thank you
speech.
and a be patient speech, I think
Yeah,
that
we're all
was
being
too. It's going to be a
patient
long night.
tonight.
Yeah. We have more to come here on WCCO and CBS News Minnesota coming up. Welcome back to election coverage here at CBS News Minnesota. We're going to quick update on the Electoral College, the latest there. We have Donald Trump with 207 votes and Kamala Harris with 91 votes. We're going to go now to Caroline Cummings, who is at the Harris campaign event in Washington, D.C. She joins us from Howard University. Hi there, Caroline. I don't know, are they seeing the latest numbers there?
Good evening to you, Amelia. No, we are here on the press risers. We're kind of a good distance away from the crowd below us, but there was a screen projecting a network playing some of the results as they were coming in. The music has picked up. It was paused for a while, and everybody was intently listening to those results as they come in. Now, we have spoken to some people on the ground who say that they are still cautiously optimistic here, but there was definitely a shift there about an hour and a half ago where some of the speaking program kind of stopped and the music stopped, and everybody was listening very intently here to see those results come in. Now, Vice President Harris and Governor Tim Walz are expected here, but the closer this race is, which of course right now it is very close, the more likely it will be that they come on much later. So we haven't seen them yet. We know that they are both in Washington watching these results come in privately. All of these hundreds of Harris supporters, students here, they're waving American flags. You hear them cheer here because they're seeing a Senate race in Delaware being called here. So people are still very tuned into what's going on here and hoping to hear from Vice President Harris and Governor Tim Walz here soon. Amelia.
All right. Thank you, Caroline.
We're going to bring Pat Kessler, and we're also going to take another look at these numbers. You know, Pat, so Donald Trump is 63 electoral votes away right now. Put that in context of where we are for the night.
Yeah, when you look at the electoral map, it is mostly red. The entire middle of the country and all the south of the country. So the Midwest, the upper Midwest, and the South are going for Donald Trump, as you can see. That is because none of the blue states have yet reported. California, Washington, Oregon, those are states that Kamala Harris is counting on. She needs these states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. That is the blue wall that she is counting on. And in Pennsylvania right now, I'm looking at these numbers, Trump is leading there 50 to 48%. In Michigan, Trump is up 49 to 48%. And in Wisconsin, with 56% reporting, Donald Trump is leading 50 to 48. So a very, very close race. And Kamala Harris needs to build up some of these blue wall states, but that's the way it's going so far. The red states are reporting, blue states not yet in the mix.
Yeah, but so far, no real surprises at this point.
You know, not really, except that she is showing some weakness. Kamala Harris is in Virginia and North Carolina. She still could pull it out. She could. But yeah, that's where they have to look now, is in the blue wall states in the north.
We're going to pull up some of our Wisconsin numbers too and Minnesota numbers too, so we can take a little bit of a look at that. So,
yes.
I mean, this is as close as can be, Pat.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, look at that, 9,000 votes in a presidential contest, and that's only 56% of the vote in. We don't know where these votes are coming from. Kamala Harris is counting on the Madison area and Dane County and Milwaukee over there. So that is where most of the votes in the state are going to come from. This is Minnesota. So how many do we have in here? 6%. Yeah, so I mean, almost nothing yet. Wisconsin is way ahead of us, guys.
Yeah.
You know, we shouldn't be having that.
Well, we're talking about Wisconsin. I know we talked a little bit about when President Trump, when he won, that was in 2016, and then President Biden won in 2020, and then there was 20,000. They only won by 20,000 votes each.
For all of these states, So this is one of the things about this, is that these states have gone from Trump to Biden and perhaps back to Trump, but it could go to Kamala Harris. Again, this is going to be very, very, very close. The closest election for president I have ever seen.
We're going to get to Senate races and congressional stuff as well. We'll pull that stuff up, Pat. But usually we're a lot faster with our Minnesota votes.
I mean, I think somebody ought to talk to somebody about this. No, everybody changed the laws. They wanted to make everything more secure. They wanted to make it more fair for a lot of people. And so we're counting the votes later because of the turning in of mail ballots and paper ballots. Here, look at this,
the
guys.
U.S. Senate, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, 6%, right? So.
All right, so, but let's talk about this. So Royce White, the Republican, is leading right now with 52.5% of the vote to Klobuchar's 44%. Nobody that we know believes that Royce White is going to win. But if you look at his social media feed, he is doing the touchdown dance right now, as that he is so far ahead and people are all supporting him. So
Tom Emmer took issue with us saying you don't discount Royce White, but and we'll find out at the end of the evening. I'm going to
I mean, you got to count the votes. I totally get it.
How did the Republican Party get such a complete unconventional guy when they actually had some other people against such a strong candidate to run against?
Well, this is something that has happened in the Republican Party this year. They went full right wing with hard right wing with Royce White. He is full MAGA. His biggest supporters are Steve Bannon and the conspiracist Alex Jones. Those are the people who he points to as people that he looks up to. So that has been very difficult for the Republican Party. Donald Trump did not endorse Royce White, so that says something. And the Republican Party has to take a look at how they select candidates. That's the bottom line here. The Democrats go to primaries, and the Republicans need to do the same thing, I think.
Oh, to keep the party loyalists out of the mix.
Well, yeah, you want to keep the people who are committed, but somebody can take control of the party, as may have happened here.
All right. Thank you, Pat, for your insight, and now you can continue with the rest of the evening. And thank you for joining us.
Yeah, we'll be live on TV and on the stream at 10. at 10, Minnesota's moment on the national stage.
Minnesota's strength comes from our values.
The story of Minneapolis is coming to every community.
And an all-out battle for the Badger State.
Hello, Wisconsin!
We love being in Wisconsin.
That could decide a race for the White House.
Unlike any other.
He represents, hopefully, what Minnesota stands out for.
We need to get our country back.
There's some fear, and there's also anger.
First woman president.
We got to turn this around.
How that plays out with younger voters, enough is enough.
But the Oval Office isn't the only thing on the line. We're covering races that will impact your family's future.
The whole trifecta could rest on your race, on whether or not you win. Well, Western Wisconsin is the wild, wild west.
And now, the reality is, it all comes down to this.
We're going to make America great again.
I'm Frank Vassalero.
And I'm Amelia Santinello. Complete team coverage as America Decides starts now.
The polls are closed and the results are rolling in.
Tonight we'll learn which direction our country and your community are heading. Here is what we're seeing nationally. It is a race to 270 and former President Donald Trump is ahead, but it could take a couple of days before all the dust settles. Here in Minnesota, with 9% of the vote in, Donald Trump is leading Kamala Harris 61%.
Many analysts say that Wisconsin's 10 electoral votes are critical. An unexpected recount of absentee ballots is going to stretch late into the night. That being said, their vote total is way ahead of Minnesota's. With 58% of the vote in, it is a very, very close race. That's not the only issue in Wisconsin. Our David Schuman is tracking long voting lines still happening right now in Menominee. David, polls are closed, obviously.
Yeah, Frank, here on UW Stout's campus, you can see all these people are still in line waiting their turn to vote. And this is nothing compared to what it was. They've been waiting now 2 hours past poll close just about. And the reason it's taken so long is they're all registering to vote for the first time. These are students. They're fired up to be here. Pop music has been blasting. There's been a lot of spontaneous dancing that's busted out. Now, we have a little video, I believe, of what the line looked like earlier. Elections officials here say they'll have about 900 people voting today at this location alone by the time it all wraps up. Some freshmen told us how excited they were to make their voice heard.
It feels very liberating, and I just feel like an adult, and I don't know, I care about democracy, and I think it's my right.
It was a breath of fresh air, like to finally be able to do it, because I've been waiting for this opportunity for so long, especially since I have a late birthday, so this is just, I'm just really excited. I've been really excited the whole time.
So this should finally wrap up here in the next 30 or 40 minutes. They'll be able to get through everybody. Then poll workers will have the time to finally start counting up the absentee votes, which I'm told will take about another hour. We will be here at least until the last person in line votes.
Long night in Menominee.
Yes, definitely. Thank you, David.
Our Caroline Cummings is live with the Harris Walz campaign. She is in Washington, D.C. Caroline?
Well, good evening to you, Frank and Amelia. I'm at Howard University. There's hundreds of Harris and Walz supporters here. You can see them behind me. They're starting to fill out or next to the stage, I should say. And they have the screen projecting with the results. They were listening intently there for a while. The music had stopped, and that was the focus. But the music has picked up here again, and people we've spoken with say that they are still cautiously optimistic. And it is a beautiful night here in Washington. This video we're showing you, or should be showing you now, should give you a sense of the crowd in here. You can see those American flags waving. A lot of these people came here hours ago, and this school is Harris's alma mater, and it's important to her. She credits her time here as formative years, but this campus is also a fitting backdrop considering the campaign sees young college students as essential if they are going to win the key battleground states where votes are still being counted, places like in the Blue Wall, Wisconsin, and in Pennsylvania. As for Governor Tim Walz this morning, he was in Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, and key to this election before coming here to D.C., but I'm told he was calling into radio stations in battleground states across the country, trying to shore up support before polls close there. Now, we don't know when we will expect both of them here on stage tonight, but we can expect the closer this race is, the later they'll likely be on stage as we learn if Vice President Kamala Harris will become the 47th President of the United States. and if Governor Walz will be her number 2, the 3rd VP to come from Minnesota. Back to you guys.
All right, Caroline, thank you.
We're going to head out now to West Palm Beach, Florida, because we're going there for the former President Donald Trump's watch party there. We're hearing there's an estimated about 1,000 people hosting that with Elon Musk and RFK Jr. He cast his ballot in Florida this morning where he acknowledged that we may not know who won tonight. So we want to go now to our Derek James, who is watching the results roll with the Minnesota GOP in Bloomington. Hi, Derek.
Hi there, Amelia. Obviously, they would like to see more Minnesota results. So this crowd here, which has packed in, we get an occasional cheer or boo depending on how Donald Trump is doing in various races when we get one of those new projections from the networks. Now, politicians and partygoers that we've talked to tonight really think that a strong performance from former President Donald Trump here in Minnesota could lead to some down-ballot wins because he brings out an additional electorate. Now, congressional candidate Ted Judas here. Joe Tayrab stopped by early this evening around 7 o'clock. And then we also had appearances via Zoom by Congressman Peter Stauber and Congressman Tom Emmer. Tom Emmer got the crowd pretty excited when he pointed out that he had some issues with the early call of the race between Senator Amy Klobuchar and Joe Tayrab. Obviously, outside of that, we have not seen any speakers tonight because they're just waiting for more results to come in here, but they are keeping a close watch, many of them looking on their phones at those Minnesota House races, waiting for results to come in because the hope is that they can flip 4 of about 8 to 10 seats that Republicans have targeted to break up the DFL trifecta. Guys?
All right. Thank you, Derek.
We want to look at the congressional race. It's Minnesota's second. Democratic Angie Craig's looking for another turn in Congress. She's running against Joe Tayrab. This looks like a close race. Keep in mind, 9% of the vote in. Jennifer Merrily is with the Craig campaign. Slow going with vote numbers tonight. How are things going in Eagan, Jen?
Yeah, they are trickling in, but I tell you, the people here were very excited when Congresswoman Angie Craig came and talked to the crowd just a little while ago. She said she is feeling optimistic. She is greeting supporters right now who are here tonight. She also told people to settle in for another long night. She said, take a deep breath. This might take a while, but again, she said that she is optimistic. She talked about having more door knocks than any other campaign she's done. 1,500 volunteers knocking on more than 200,000 doors. She said she's always felt like a little bit of an underdog, had to earn everything in life, and this is no exception. She hopes to get that 4th term in Congress, but a lot of it will be due to what the voter turnout is and how people came to the polls today. She told people she is optimistic, and much of that is because of her supporters. Here's a little bit of what she had to say.
Today, as I traveled across the 5 counties in this congressional district, I met people in restaurants, I met them on the street, I met them at small businesses, and it was just extraordinary, the number of people who came, and I met them at a lot of bars, so you see a theme here. It was just extraordinary, the number of people who came up to say thank you, your official side staff has helped me over the years.
And she also said no matter what happens tonight or in the coming days, she's grateful for the trust of her supporters and the voters. They said they have fought to protect freedom, to marry who you want, for women to choose what to do with their bodies, to protect people from gun violence. She said they have done everything they can to be on the right side of the issues that they are standing for and did everything they could to put the right leader in place to continue to lead the 2nd Congressional District. But of course, we will watch and wait and see how this one plays out. Frank and Amelia?
All right. Thank you, Jen.
Kirsten Mitchell's with the other group who's watching and waiting and seeing, and that's the Joe Tayrab campaign in Lakeville. Kirsten?
Hi, Frank. Yeah, Joe Tayrab actually just walked right in the room. He's right behind me, mixing and mingling with his supporters here. I'll show you the watch party here in Lakeville. It's a packed room, and speaking to his supporters, they are still feeling cautiously optimistic as those results slowly but surely trickle in. And as we have been reporting all night, this 2nd Congressional District is very competitive with a split of urban and rural voters. And Tayrab is a political newcomer, a former Marine Corps veteran and former federal and county prosecutor. And his campaign message has really been about protecting the American dream, he says, focusing on inflation and immigration, something he says resonates with voters in his district. We talked with him earlier in the evening, and he says he thinks he can flip the seat that Democrats have held since 2016.
Polls just closed a little bit ago. We're really excited. We're cautiously optimistic, but we're really excited about where we're sitting and standing right now. So thank you again for being here. I'm going to get back up here at some point and talk more. I hope and pray it's going to be a nice little update for you.
And as we just saw, Tara back in the room, so we may be hearing from the candidate himself here in just a few minutes as those results are still coming in. Frank and Amelia.
All right. Thank you,
Thanks, Kirsten.
We want to take a look at some other numbers here. This is the race for the District 5 for the House. We have no votes in. That is Ilhan Omar, and her Republican challenger is Dalia Al-Akidi.
Here's the U.S. Senate race in Wisconsin. We have 59% of the vote in, and it is a dead heat right now between Tammy Baldwin, the incumbent, and Eric Hubney, the Republican challenger. We'll keep a close eye on that.
And for the Minnesota U.S. Senate, we have incumbent Amy Klobuchar. This is with 12% of the vote in right now. Her challenger, Royce Wright, with 51.9% of the vote, and he's leading at this point.
Let's get to the DFL watch party in St. Paul. That's where we find our Jonah Kaplan. Jonah, I know a lot of big DFLers there tonight.
Well, we just heard from Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan. We also heard from Minnesota's other U.S. Senator, Tina Smith. And the term that's being tossed around here, and it's being attributed to Congresswoman Angie Craig, is people are nauseously optimistic. So you don't really see or hear the worry, but it's there. And people are feeling the heat, and they're worried not just about what's happening in the federal races, but in the state races, because we've had the trifecta here. Democrats in control of the Minnesota House, the Minnesota Senate, and of course the governorship. But there's one open state Senate seat, and if that goes Republican, that throws off the whole balance of power. You can have a check and balance, of course, for those who are proponents of that happening, but there could be gridlock, there could also be compromise. There's also watching the 134 seats in the House of Representatives here in St. Paul. So there's a lot at stake. Still to come, though, we're waiting for those projections of the big Senate race here for Senator Amy Klobuchar. She is seeking her 4th term in Washington, first elected in 2006, and the congressional delegation as well, including Congresswoman Ilhan Omar and the former state senator Kelly Morrison, who, if she wins, would succeed Dean Phillips in the 3rd congressional district. Frank and Amelia.
All right, Jonah, thanks for the update.
Well, Republicans are trying to keep control of the House. We want to look at the balance of power here. We have 173 Republicans, Democrats rather, 190. Republicans need 218 to control that.
Now, Republicans are favored to take control of the U.S. Senate. Democrats face an uphill battle. It's 51 to control, and right now the Republicans have 47. They are close. We're keeping a close eye on the Minnesota State Senate as well. Jonah alluded to that special election. I wish we had numbers to show you. It's an important vote. We don't have any right now. We'll update that through the course of the evening.
We're going to bring in our Esme Murphy with more now on the balance of power in St. Paul. Hi there, Esme.
Well, this is so important, Amy and Frank and Amelia and Frank, and I can tell you this is exactly why people are looking at this, because it's the balance of power. It's the trifecta. We've got analyst Abu Amar, a Democrat, Amy Koch, a Republican. Your thoughts about this Senate race? I know there are no numbers in.
Look, this Senate race is going to decide everything. Demographically, it's very much what the Democrats want. Abortion, highly educated suburban, trending blue. We think it's good. We think it's going to go for us. We'll see.
But the GOP thinks they can pick it up, too.
Well, it's been a toss-up. It's a true toss-up. With one House seat is Republican, one House seat is Democrat. You know, I think it has been trending blue, but it's a bellwether for me.
The entire Minnesota House, 134 seats are up, and we are tracking a number of districts. Let's take a look at in Winona, 26A. In Virginia, we are tracking 7B. In St. Peter, we are tracking 18A, and in 14B in St. Cloud, we are tracking that. We don't have the graphics up, but we do. Okay, this is a very important race here because it looks like Jeff Brand, the incumbent, is going to lose here. That is a big deal for Republicans.
That's a big deal. There's only 4 seats. This is not a top tier. This is not the lowest hanging fruit, and the Republicans look to pick this up. So that's 1 on the way to the 4 that they need. And as I said, it wasn't the top of my list for a definite get. So, and this looks like he's running away. She's running away with it.
Republicans have to be happy with that. All right, back to you, Amelia and Frank.
Thank you, Esme.
And do stick around. Our 10 o'clock news is just getting started.
Our team coverage will continue right after this.
It may come down to a few thousand votes.
Polls showing the race statistically tied.
That could be the difference.
It's a battleground state.
Both presidential candidates have fought hard for your vote.
It could come down, though, to just 7 battleground states. Here's a live look at both campaigns tonight. The Harris-Walz campaign is at Howard University in Washington, D.C. That's where Harris went to college. Former President Donald Trump and Senator J.D. Vance will be at a convention center in West Palm Beach, Florida. Tonight, all eyes are on the so-called blue wall states. Vice President Harris, her path to 270 will get much more difficult if she loses Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, or Michigan.
Here are the latest numbers from Wisconsin with 62% rather of the votes in right now. Donald Trump is leading at 50.3% of the votes. And then in Michigan, we have 32% of the votes in, and Kamala Harris with 50.8% of the vote over Donald Trump's 47.4% of the vote. Pennsylvania, critically important tonight. Voting hours have been extended in some places there. The final numbers aren't expected tonight, but we have 74% of the votes in, and at this point, it looks like Donald Trump leading at 51.2% of the votes. Still close there, though.
Pat Kessler's here for some context as we talk about these battleground states and what's happening, Pat.
Yeah, former President Trump has been posting today during the voting. He posted about cheating in Philadelphia, and it's just not true, according to Republican city officials there in Philadelphia. So one of the things that we've been hearing is that this is very much like the last election. In 2020, President Trump made the same claims of fraud and cheating, even though they were not true. So the city officials there are saying, let's talk about the Trump post first. He posted on his Truth Social, quote, "There's a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia," and then he warns that law enforcement coming. That's all in caps. Well, City Commissioner Seth Bluestein, a Republican, said, quote, "There is absolutely no truth to this allegation." And the district attorney posted this, quote, "The only talk about massive cheating has come from one of the candidates, Donald J. Trump." And that's from Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Krasner. Now, Philadelphia also, they said that they weren't aware of anyone. This is what they're telling us from Philadelphia. They weren't aware of anyone cheating the way Trump has mentioned in his post. So once again, we're seeing something that happened 4 years ago. And Trump is, as we just saw the numbers, right now is actually winning in Pennsylvania, but he's raising this issue that there might be cheating. Everybody denies it, so it is false.
All right. Thank
reality, mid-election reality check.
Right
That's
there.
pretty interesting.
We appreciate
that was good. All right.
Thank you.
There is several other we told you about this race in the 2nd district. Again, only 9% of the vote in, and right now Joe Tayrab is down by about 2% to Angie Craig. Very early. We have a lot more, though, that we're going to track with the 2024 election results for you.
WCCO's team coverage continues next.
Now from WCCO, this is live election coverage as America decides.
I like the ceremony of coming on election day.
It's just the freedom we have.
I'm really grateful to live in a country where I have the right to be able to vote.
It's good because I've never been able to do it. I get to put my voice out there.
At 104, I just cast my vote. If I can come out and vote, so can you.
She's great.
She's got a good point, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Lovely. Welcome back to our 2024 election coverage.
We're going to check back in again with the presidential rates, the latest in the race to 270. Kamala Harris with 145 electoral votes and Donald Trump with 211.
Before Tim Walz was a VP candidate, he was a governor. More importantly, he was a coach and teacher in Mankato. And John Lauritsen is live in Mankato, where they are paying close attention to their favorite son, John.
Yeah, Frank, we're at the venue here in Mankato, a DFL election night party. They kicked off at 7 o'clock tonight. They've had large crowds at times, smaller crowds at times. It's ebbed and it's flowed. It's been energetic. It's been quiet. And of course, people here are a little bit nervous this evening. They're here supporting DFL candidates across southern Minnesota. But as you mentioned, they're here supporting Governor Walz as well. And as you mentioned, Frank, again, this is the very town where Walz taught and coached football. He was an educator at Mankato West High School before he launched his political career in this area by running for Congress. Some of the people we talked with here tonight had him as a teacher and a football coach when Mankato West won the state tournament. They say they were inspired by him then, and they're inspired by him tonight.
I think some of those recent polls coming out of Iowa give me some optimism. I mean, coming over the last weekend or so, you know, pins and needles because there's a personal connection there. You know, and I'm sure lots of former students and players feel the same way. So cautiously optimistic.
Yeah, as you may have noticed, a few guys in the crowd tonight wearing those Mankato West jerseys. That's when they played for Governor Walz, again, when they won that state tournament 25 years ago. This party expected to go until midnight tonight. Again, people nervous, excited, all those emotions, Frank, they're feeling here and pretty much everywhere else tonight as they support Governor Walz here at the venue in Mankato and other DFL candidates.
Yeah, that's what election nights are about. That one guy looked like he could still play for Mankato West or anybody he wanted to.
Yeah, a couple of them did, yes. Yeah, definitely, for sure.
All right. Thank you, John. We'll be back with more election coverage after this.
from WCCO, this is live election coverage as America decides.
Welcome back to election coverage here on WCCO and CBS News Minnesota.
Let's give you a big picture of the U.S. Senate tonight. Republicans could take control of that body with 51 seats. They have 47 right now, and we'll keep a close eye on that.
And Republicans are trying to keep control of the U.S. House. You need 218. Republicans right now with 190 and Democrats with 173. Every single seat is up this cycle.
And of course, here is what you need to win the presidency: 270 electoral votes. And right now, President Trump is close to that with 211. Closer, we should say, than Vice President Harris.
We're going to bring in now Esme Murphy for some analysis of what we are seeing so far. Esme?
Well, I think the big loser so far is this new system of counting extended absentee ballots in Minnesota. Obviously not working well. We still don't have most of the results in. Just a word of caution. Last time in 2020 in Wisconsin, the votes flipped at 2 o'clock in the morning from Republican to Democrat. And in Pennsylvania, it flipped 2 days after, in other words, on Thursday, from Republican to Democrat. Just a thought. Looks great for the Republicans right now. Amy Koch, Republican analyst, your thought?
Right. Well, so as that goes for the presidential race, that's going for the U.S. Senate. It's looking good for Republicans in the U.S. Senate right now, but still watching key races in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan. And so it's interesting because the same states we're watching on a presidential level, we're watching for that balance of power in the U.S. Senate.
And Democrat Abu Amara?
Looks like the Senate may flip to the Republicans, but the House may actually flip to the Democrats.
And the presidency still up in the air. We'll all be watching. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you very much. I'm talking about Pat because we want to go to Pat Kessler and hear what he's been seeing tonight.
What we were saying in the break is, Pat, what are you watching?
Well, you know, we're looking at all of this. You see on the map that there is a sea of red from north to south, particularly in the south part of the United States, a sea of red going for President Trump. And that is his base. That's where he is getting the most votes. That's where he wanted to get the most votes. The battleground is going to be all night long in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. We're still waiting for some votes out west, but it's going to come down to these states as we always knew it would. When you look at the actual popular vote, it's 56 million-ish for Donald Trump and 51 million for Kamala Harris. So the big question is, we knew this was going to be very, very tight. It was going to be one of the closest elections that any of us has ever seen in our lifetime. But is there a possibility that people underestimated Trump, maybe underpolled him, because the polling is not showing some of the strengths that I'm seeing in the local races in around the country. Let's take Iowa. Everybody was so excited.
How do we now figure out the polling thing with the technology we have over the course of not just 4 years, but 8 years, because this is what he did before.
You know, it's actually very accurate. And it's hard to believe, but it's accurate. If somebody has a margin of error of 3 points and they win by 1, that's accurate. Okay. But, you know, it's horseshoes and hand grenades, so to speak. But we talked about the Iowa poll, where everybody was very excited about 3%. He was leading, that Kamala Harris was leading Donald Trump by 3%. Democrats were all excited. Let me look at these numbers here. Iowa has been called for Trump, and he won going away. He crushed it. Crushes Kamala Harris by 12, 13 points. Wow. Not the 3 points. Not the 3 points that they said that they were talking about in the poll. So there it is. So we still have a long, long way to go. Yeah, we do. This is only the beginning, folks.
Yes, it is. Thank you, Pat. And election coverage is going to continue on CBS News Minnesota and on CBS TV.
Demographics among men. So again, we'll wait for those results, but that's what the campaign is seeing, at least in those exit polls. But the ballroom filling up here. The big question is whether Trump will come out and speak. He's been watching the returns at his resort in Mar-a-Lago with family and friends like Elon Musk. So we're just waiting to see whether he does come out here and speak. Lindsay.
CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns in West Palm Beach, Florida. Thank you so much. You're watching CBS News, America Decides. Stay with us.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
That's right.
Let's do it.
Let's go. Let's do this.
I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will.
You go, gal.
Yeah, boy.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
Ooh, it's hot.
That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.